you got it, you got it. You got it, you got it, you got it. Believe. You got it, you got it, you got it. Believe. You got it, you got it, you got it. You got it, you got it, you got it.
Hello. Welcome to day 2. For the DMAC, DEMC. I'm Stacy Hotwax Hill, and I'm going to be your moderator for today for the Women in Music business. We have a great show coming up for you. And in just a few moments, a mix coming in all the way from Chile. DJ Josephina Diaz all the way from Chile. We'll be rewarding you with a mix in just a few moments. And as you can see here during this slideshow, this is being brought to you by Spin Inc., DMAC, Spinning, DMAC, and Charivari Detroit. This is being broadcast live all over the world. You can check it out on Facebook. Join in our Zoom room at 4 o'clock. It's on YouTube. It's on Spinning Detroit's webpage. And we're bringing our world to you virtually. Keep watching, keep listening. We're doing it for the children. It's why we make music and we teach it. Again, I'm Stacy Hotwax Hill. I'll be your moderator for today with Jessica Caramore, Kat Dyson, Detroit.dance. We be dotting here in the hood, you know that. Angie Linder, Divinity, Asia, Dames Brown, Super Dre, Asia from Fusicology. It's going to be a good day. Women in Music Business, brought to you by DMAC and Charivari Detroit. Keep it locked in.
You got it, you got it, you got it.
Oh yeah, by the way, this track, Inner City featuring Stephanie Christian, Kevin Saunderson. That's good. The guitar you hear is being played by Kat Dyson. And yours truly, it's my mix. It's all Detroit. Funky right there. Welcome to day 2, the Detroit Electronic Music Conference in Charivari, Detroit. My name is Stacey Hotwax Hill, and I am going to be your moderator for today. And we will be featuring women in the music business. You're listening to Josefina Diaz, all the way from Chile. listening to the sounds of Josefina Diaz, all the way from Chile. Opening up our Women in Music Business segment. Just like the dudes, who is that to keep walking by? See, he want to be in the film. That's why we have to just do it for ourselves, women. It's good. This is an organic thing. My name is Stacey Hotwax Hill, and I will be your moderator and host for day 2 for the Detroit Electronic Music Conference, along with Charivari Detroit. We're going to be virtually live all week long. We have Jessica Care-Moore featuring poetry and techno. Pat Dyson all the way from LA, a guitarist, and we have a special treat for you with that. Miss Ruby Valicount, Detroit.Dance. Andrea Wallace, better known as Super Dre. Nicole Scheffler, Techno Diva. DJ and a whole bunch of things. You're going to find out. Detroit's own Angie Linder, the creator of Techno Militia. Divinity, vocalist, singing all over the world. Asia from Fusicology. You don't know that word? You haven't been to a party. And closing out our evening, Dames Brown, special musical presentation. You get to talk to all these ladies, so please jump into our chat room, and if not, on Zoom. If not, you can watch it. We're live on Mixcloud under Charivari Detroit. Check us out on YouTube, on our Spin Inc. website, Spin Inc. Detroit, that is. We do that for the children. This is also going over to Twitch, DEMC_conference. In the meantime, enjoy the music. We'll be back with Jessica Care-Moore at the top of the hour. Josephina Diaz on the 1, 2, 3, and 4s, that is? We like this groove. This is being brought to you by the Detroit Electronic Music Conference, Spin Inc., and Charivari Detroit. Coming up in the next hour, we'll be talking to the one and only Jessica Care Moore, Kat Dyson, Angie Linder, Nicole Scheffler, and more. In the meantime, keep your eyes and your ears on. Day 2 for DMAC. For the children, y'all. dude go walking past again? Get out the camera. That's what they do, talk about respect. And we're going to talk about that. About feelings that one feels that they can just walk past somebody in the middle of their mixing. And they know they're videotaping them. What's up with that? But it's okay, because we're going to bring the heat anyway. Women in business. Women in music business. Brought to you by the Detroit Electronic Music Conference and Spin Inc., along with Charivari Detroit. DJ set by Josefina Diaz, all the way from Chile. Kat Dyson's in the house. Well, in the room, you know, all of our terminology will be changing. It has already changed. Virtually speaking. My name is Stacey Hotwax Hill, and I'm going to be your host, moderator. Women in Music Business Day 2 for the DMAC. I'm going to finish this mix on out and get started. Some chit chatter that you're going to enjoy, and you're going to find out things you never knew. It's going to be all good things, because I know about them and I want to share. Get it, Josefina. was fabulous. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for DJ Josephina Diaz, y'all.
Jessica Kilmore, executive producer, Black Women Rock. Founder. Started in 2005 in Atlanta, Georgia. I was producing for the National Black Arts Festival. And I said, you know, I want to do a tribute to Betty Davis. I fallen in love with Betty Davis because Amir from The Roots, when I was still in New York City, I remember him in the backstage of Wetlands coming up to me saying, you know, you smile with Betty Davis teeth. He said, who the white actress lady? No, Betty Davis, the one that introduced Miles Davis to Jimi Hendrix and created jazz fusion. That one, that really important woman in musical history that they blow off a lot. I mean, not just the energy of Betty Davis, but some of her daughters who happen to be some of my friends. And I brought Imani Azuri and Temu Kali. I made friends with a wonderful singer named Stephanie Christian. I'm really trying to focus on, to me, the women, in particular for this year, we could fast forward to 2011, like Joy. These women have been all over the world. This show is a global show. We do stuff with some named artists. I've done stuff with Nas. I perform with every big, you know, whatever, all of them, the big rapper names. None of that matters. And which I love about Kat Dyson, who has played for Prince and, you know, and plays with Sheila E. and works with Cyndi Lauper, you know, says that this music that I'm playing with these women this year in Detroit is just as important as me playing with Prince. So it's about celebrating women's voices and telling our stories. All decided to put our diva hats off to the left, and being a true diva though is actually being a woman that works hard and shows up on time, and that's what these women are. We worked very hard, and it wasn't easy, but we created that Black Women Rock Orchestra, and I put Kat Dyson and Norma Jean Bell, who were seasoned veterans, with, you know, a Cecilia Sharp, who was a young cello player and, you know, composes and directs for Urban Strings, and Emily, you know, who's amazing in her own right, but was just learning Betty Davis songs for the first time. Just to watch the meshing of these people and what they brought to the table, and how it became so beautiful when it came to game time. Because all the rehearsing and the frustration, the little moments we had, all that went out the window on Friday. You know, everybody was ready, and so I think this is the core of where I want to go with it. I want to show that how women can be this in communal with each other, because we have so much power. I want to bring women who can show young girls that you don't have to be on TV. You can have lime weed down to your butt, or you don't have to. You can be yourself. You can have an afro. You can have cornrows. You can be 6 feet tall and brown. You can be chocolate with piercings. You can be yellow and skinny. Whatever it is, we are the spectrum of what the African diaspora looks like, and what the Native American diaspora looks like. You know, we are brown girls that play music and make art, and we've been doing it since the beginning of time.
That is Jessica Care Moore. Come on in here. She's in the room. Hey, Jessica.
You got to let me in.
I'm letting you in. I'm trying.
Let me in.
I tell you.
Let me in. What up, bro? Listen, I know you're gonna show all that. I got all teary-eyed looking at that promo. That's an old promo too. I was like, that old logo. And,
you know what?
Shane Park. That was. You know what's funny about that? The funniest part of that video is that I say the wrong year, because I started Black Women Rock in 2004, and I was so exhausted. My Christian Hill shot me. Our boy Christian shot me that was the Sunday after, where, you know, I'm tired.
And I was like, 2005. I'm like, it was 2004, but it's still a good video, even though the year is wrong. So I'm so happy I made it here. Today has been absolutely out of control. But yeah, just shout out to you doing this work. I was just asking you earlier, like, I hope that you're being taken care of as a DJ in this city, because artists, independent artists, poets, DJs, visual artists, the ones who really make culture are really my friends that are really struggling, to make a living right now. Even with unemployment and all that, it's not enough to pay, more than your basic needs. And so I've just been sending like lots of meditation and energy and prayer to these people with the money, not to us, because we don't need no prayers. Okay. I'm praying for the people with the money to give you and me and all of these artists that are keeping people energized and inspired a paycheck. I'm just saying, you look gorge. I have on glasses because I don't look gorge, but my glasses are.
Many times I put on the sunglasses to try to
Listen.
to help.
You look
I understand.
great. I love it. I'm really tired, but I'm okay. And I'm so glad I made it. I'm supposed to be doing something at the Decrinder Cut today. And I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I'm not gonna say that out loud. I just said it, but I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna go. If I get scared, I'm gonna if I look like I'm scared and I'm leaving, y'all don't judge me. But if I don't feel safe, I'm out. So thank you for having me, Stacey Hot Wax.
Thank you for being here, Jessica Care Moore. I tell you, your life is so rich.
Yeah.
It's so rich with knowledge and the things that you do. And I was going to prepare some things to ask you questions, but I know that you were just going to talk and it was just going to blur out anyway.
Come
And
on.
I enjoy working with you so much and watching what you do around the world and bringing the consciousness of people together and provoking thought is just
Thank you.
infinite.
It's necessary.
It's infinite.
Yeah.
And you as a poet, because we would call that your title,
Yeah. Techno.
you're in the business, you're in the music business too, because how in the world do you know all of these people that play so much music and doing this? You just cut something. Tell us about the Jeff Mills
I
project
got
that
a
you're working
record with the Wizard. Nobody can even
Talk about that, because we did this music and this
The Crystal
women in
City
music, and she's a
Alive.
poet. And how do you get to collab with Jeff Mills? We know as the Wizard, worldwide,
Jeff
major,
Mills.
everything.
Oh my
Let's
God.
talk about it.
Me and Jeff Mills and Eddie Folks are
Speak up a little bit. Speak up.
Jeff Mills and Eddie Folks. Can you hear me? I'll get closer. Me, Jeff Mills, and Eddie Folks came together and named ourselves the Beneficiaries. And it's an incredible collaboration with me and two of the pioneers, if y'all know anything about techno, Detroit music around the world. Eddie Folks and Jeff Mills are pretty much household names. And Jeff was one of those people, and this is the Crystal Cities Alive. It's beautiful. Sabrina Nelson did the artwork. It's gorgeous.
Woo-hoo.
Gorgeous, two EPs inside. I'm honored, to have made a record on this level with someone who I really, really admired. Jeff was on my short list of producers that I absolutely want to collaborate with, because I was always enamored by what he did around the world. That with techno,
Handed the keys to Paris. I'm like, what?
yeah, and last time I saw him, he was in France. We were in Paris together. He took me and my son to dinner. I was supposed to leave and actually he was in town and was home. And so I stayed an extra night just so I could go to dinner with him and have my son King talk. And all I did was sit there and watch King and Jeff talk. And I was like, this is really interesting. So that's a whole nother conversation. But he's a true artist, right? Not stuck in a box. And so like Jeff doesn't have to work with me like at all. And so the coming together was really beautiful, where Zaina reached out and said, I think there's a producer that may want to work with you. And she was being so secretive about it that I was like, oh, I hope it's Jeff Mills, because otherwise she would just be like, so-and-so wants to work with you. But because she wasn't like being outright telling me. And I was like, Zaina ain't telling me who the producer is.
You talking about Zaina Spector?
Zaina Spectacles reached out to me. She helped make the connection for me.
Okay.
So Jeff had found me on the internet and was like, yo, and he could work with anybody, and he initially, the first thing we did together was actually I narrated and wrote for his NASA radio show. So that was our first collaboration. That was the first reason why we connected. He wanted to collaborate with an artist in the world, and he could pick any kind of artist. And he had never worked with a spoken word artist, is what he said. He's so lovely. He's so fantastic. I love him and Yoko. I've gotten to know them really well now. And there's a mutual admiration. He was really much loved my voice. loved the blackness of my voice, and he wanted to make a record. I don't know. We didn't know what we wanted to make. We did the NASA piece. I wrote some narrative, some beautiful narrative for his NASA radio show. That was awesome. And then he was like, I think we should take it a step further. And Jeff really pushed for the LP. He's like, let's make a record together. And he wanted to show the power of collaboration, something that Stacey, I know you know about, right? Because you're a house music legend, super overly humble, but super house legend, music legend that I've known since I was young. Before you knew who I was, I knew who you were. And came on to Black on My Rock and me like doing this rock and roll music with these rock and roll women, which is like, that's a whole different lane. But you got to be open as an artist.
You woke it up in me. I forgot that I came from that. And I had started thinking back and like, wait a minute. And that's one of the things that I just love about you. And I know that you're well loved, but I'm talking about for you to be able to see that inside me. How you know?
Because I know.
Just because we went to Cody, how you know?
Look, shout out to Frank Cody High School. Look at these great women y'all created. You know what I'm saying? Making changes in the world. Yeah. So so we got that, and we're gonna release the song. My vinyl Salt. That's songs inspired by Salt City. My techno choreo poem.
Yep. The techno. I was going to talk about that or bring that up.
And so and I love how you put Techno Poet on the flyer, because I don't know how to describe myself a lot, because I do work with so many different forms of music. But techno, I have an affinity for, and house music, I of course came up dancing to all of that.
Yes.
But techno in particular is interesting for me because when I moved to New York, we talked about music. People,
hip hop.
Well, not only that, people thought that techno wasn't a black music. They didn't. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I was like, y'all ain't, what about Underground Resistance? I said, those are brothers. I was like, that's Mike Banks. That's Mad Mike Banks. And so
Black to Techno was created because of make that message.
Right.
Which you showed that yesterday. And maybe we'll get a chance to show that again during this conference. We showed the Black to Techno, which you're in.
Yes. You're doing the manifesto for who you are. And, and so like, I, as a young girl, was enamored and followed Underground Resistance as an independent Black artist. Even when I started More Black Press, like some of my groundedness with becoming an institution builder was because of the work, what Mike Banks was doing, what Submerge was doing. I was inspired, and I was in Brooklyn, but I had come from that. Like I knew what that was, to be okay with not being mainstream, right?
Yeah.
To owning what you do and being connected to like a history and a movement. And so I'm honored that like even that techno book that came out, 313 Detroit, that you're in, and I'm in, and all these legendary techno and house musicians are in, that somehow I'm a poet that cut through all of that. We've got an incredible record called Freedom that will come out. I'm working on the vinyl Salt, which is, I wrote a techno choreo poem, which is
a song called Freedom. What's with that?
That's our song. We produced Freedom. Stacey Hardwax produced that track. It's called Freedom. It's going to be released as a single on the Salt vinyl. That if y'all would just give me a couple coins, everyone who's listening, my Cash App is Black on My Rock, because I need to get these records and books out, y'all.
Do you know?
Man, I got things to do.
Speaking of donations, we are taking donations on the Spinning Detroit website. We're doing all this. We're doing this because we're nonprofits. Spinning is a nonprofit. And so, no, we don't have any money. So if you would, please, everyone listening, use the Cash Apps that we have. Black Women Rock, we need this.
Yeah. Come on.
Spinning Detroit, we need this.
Invest in Black artists, invest in institution builders, because we give back, right? When you invest in us, then you get something back. It's not a blind investment where you don't see no return on your money.
That's correct.
You see creation and creatives who actually keep everybody moving. That's the only thing during this pandemic that has kept me alive is music and art and books. Nothing. Yep. And my son, right? I've been going down to Yellow Springs, Ohio to hang out with Dave Chappelle, Talib Kweli, my artist community. I actually was a poet on the comedy scene. People don't always know that, but that's me. I was doing the open mics. That's why I know Dave Chappelle. That's why I know Donnell Rawlins and Dean Edwards and countless other comedians that came up.
There had to be a scream in that room laughing.
I was in there doing them. Because I felt like a microphone and an audience. I was like, yeah, I could do that. That's why I did the Apollo. Stacey, listen, when you're from Detroit, you can go anywhere. You can hit any stage. I don't care if there was a Philharmonic behind me. I could kick a poem over that. You know what I mean? A comedy audience, it's a microphone and some people. I could do a poem for them. We know this. Yeah, come on now. So in rock and roll was like, I was in the Black Rock scene in Detroit with, doing cool. I was in a group called Medusa Oblongata with Greg Tate
Say that again, Magus. Say it again.
Medusa Oblongata.
Okay, I like that.
It was so many of us in that group. I can't even name all the people in the group. I think LaFrey played for us at one time. Imani Azuri was a part of that group. And so
I love Imani.
Imani, I miss her. I wonder when Detroit opens up, when the world opens up, and we're able to do, because we were supposed to headline. People don't know that African World Festival this year. So we were coming to kill that riverfront, and God willing, we'll be back in 2021 strong, and I'll be able to bring. So I want to bring Imani's on the list. I had the lineup all ready to go, but I brought Imani Azuri and Divinity Rocks and Tima Kali. I did the first show, and it's not much different except that now it's all women. I brought all their bands. You know, everybody plays with all these dudes, and so it was actually me and Juanita Moore from the Charles H. Wright Museum. Who just said, you know what, maybe if we can make this more cost effective, if we just had one orchestra of all Black women, and that's where you came in and where the rest of the crew came in. And so I miss y'all so much.
I miss you too. Hey, you know, Kat Dyson's in the house. You want to let Kat, because she's coming up next. So you can, holler at her, like,
I will.
Because you just, it's just
I got another gig. Why
a lot of love here.
Listen, I gotta go change. Yeah.
Hey.
I got a hat and some
You know what?
and some bangers. What? I got some bangers and a hat. Come on, Kat Dyson.
How are you?
Where's your beautiful backdrop? Where are you acting like you at?
I am looking at this picture every day of my life. It's actually on a golf course in Palos Verdes that was originally Indian. That's where I'm gonna live. That's where we're gonna play.
Oh,
I'm putting it in the atmosphere.
Hey, there we go.
That's right.
I'm changing mine. There we go. That's what Black Women Rock be looking like.
That's what Black Women Rock look like.
That's an old one. That's an oldie. It's one of my favorites.
Is that your baby talking?
Yeah, he's barking because somebody's at the door without a key. I'm doing a webinar.
Look at this. We are so honored here at Spinning and Detroit Electronic Music Conference. The fact that you
got this record with Jeff Mills, everybody.
That you're giving us your time to be able to show. And I am a blessed woman to know you, to have you in my life. And to recognize, hey, bosses recognize bosses. Could you say?
It's a bossy ass lineup right here. Three women on my computer screen. I need to take a picture of us.
Somebody need to screenshot this. Hey, there you go. I could do that to see. Daryl taught me how to screenshot. I think. Let's see how I do that. I don't know, but he did it. I have a heck of a team that's working with us. Just Spinning.
I got it.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, the online thing. And I don't know, Kat, if you heard me talking about like how artists have been, I've been overly used this entire pandemic. I've been giving. I've been used up and I've been giving. And I'm taking August off. I've said yes to like a workshop, and I don't know. I've turned down everything else until the fall because I have to give something back to myself.
I think that the powers that be and the corporate people who are monetizing us, regardless of us being monetized ourselves, they know that our desire to give and create is so strong that they don't think that they can, almost, like defund us, you know what I mean? And defund what we do for a living.
Right.
Now, because they feel like anybody can do it. Well, not anybody can do it.
No, when I start saying no,
stop saying no.
Yeah.
They're gonna reach it.
I'm done. Like, and the only people that I'm talking to are a couple corporate entities, nonprofits that are gonna pay me something to write something for them. But it's not like the work I'm excited about. You know what I'm saying? And I had to keep going because my book came out. We Want Our Bodies Back for Sandra Bland came out, and I couldn't sit and let that go quiet. I couldn't let that book not sell because that book.
I got my copy.
Yeah, thank you.
That was haunting you. I'm like, hello, where's?
We Want Our Bodies Back, right? I mean, it was devastating for me. I mean, all my money most of my money, I make most of my money in March and April. That gets me to the fall. And so that's basically like 70% of my income got wiped out. And I watched it in 1 week of emails, everything get canceled. And I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting.
I signed a 2-year contract in January that was due to start in March. And it is decimated until next April.
Isn't it, and so,
But you know what? We talk about what we lost, but let's look at what we've gained.
oh yeah,
Okay.
I've had a
And-
book release and a record come out.
Oh,
during
well,
the pandemic.
hey, that's
Like-
okay. Hey, I've created a virtual platform. I didn't create Zoom, but however, I kind of saw in the future a little bit even before the pandemic.
Right.
And I started to come together to do something virtually and make sure like the sound, that's what our team, we came in to get the sound right.
Okay.
Hence is why not only am I moderating this
Engineering.
Women's Day panel, which I've done, this is our 4th or 5th year.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I'm putting on my.
Not only moderating this, because usually we do it prior to movement
Yep.
and we do it, well, because sometimes it would collide with our camp for the Black Women Rock, remember?
Yep.
And so Kat and I crazy enough, we try to do it all. Listen, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna run over there. She'll come. She's gonna teach the kids how to play the guitar, and then run up the stage. And then I run over trying to do the festival. Because we were
And it
good
was
crazy like that.
fantastic.
We
It was
believe.
fantastic.
We believe in what we do, and we believe in giving back, and we believe in paying it forward, and we believe in teaching our children, the youth, and we believe in giving, especially our young Black girls, hope and a
That's
vision.
right.
And
That's
so
right.
now the bar has been raised because we
wanna
have to
also
give
thank-
them
thank
not only
Kat-
that,
Kat
but in a
Dyson.
different way. And so we're all the same right at this point. And that's why, again, I'm honored to know you. I know that your time is about up, Jessica. I don't want to keep you because you have another.
But I also want to thank you and Kat in particular, because when I did the Black Women Rock camp and we did it at Dime, and I think that's when your relationship with Dime might have started, Stacey. I'm not sure. 'Cause you said-
Yeah. Well, we actually started Girls Rock Detroit. All kids.
Well, Girls Rock
I
Detroit.
got
was-
about 10 DJs that are DJing
were-
out from
Girls-
that. That's
I
right.
think
So
Girls
Kat
Rock
was over in the room
Detroit was-
teaching the guitar
Yeah,
for
they were
Black
Girls
Women
Rock
Rock, and I was
Detroit,
over in
yeah.
the room teaching DJing. Yeah, all that came
Girls
together.
Rock
It
Detroit
was
happening at the
crazy.
same time, but the Black Women Rock camp, when we had those three, Kat came and did a master class and talk, which was
Yes.
amazing. No, it was amazing. So, and we never had any funding. Like I did that shit with no money, with all of my sister friends in corporate saying, "I'll help you pay for the food for the girls," and all the like you and Emily and Alina and Lauren Johnson and Aisha, they all came through for free, man. So I'm working on trying to find a grant so that we could do that camp again with some funding. Because we need Black girls with guitars. Because Black Women Rock ain't a statement. It's no cute shit. It's like it's keeping Black women rock and roll, rock and funk artists working, and then nurturing the next generation of Black rockers so that they understand who they are. That it's coming from them.
There's a coalition that I've been calling you about, Jess, that we're now forming and putting together some Black musicians.
I'm a part of it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm on my way.
Going forward, we are holding a lot of the companies whose instruments we play accountable to not just put out statements about
Come on now.
Black Lives Matter, but
Yeah.
we got your instruments in our hands.
Run 'em.
Now, what are you doing with your corporate dollars? Are you,
We need music
Are you
programs in
giving-
the schools.
and I wanted
Yes.
to talk to you about King School. Do they need
First School of the
do they
Arts.
need equipment? Do they need
Hell
drums?
yes.
'Cause we're talking to these companies, so you and I need to have that further conversation.
King
So,
School might need them, but there may be other schools that need it more. So let me
Yeah.
let me do the research and see who
I
does
mean,
it. These
I've been
choices
trying
are-
to get you, but you were with Dave Chappelle. I couldn't get you.
It has nothing to do with Dave, whatever. It has everything to do with my crazy life. But I promise you, this next couple of days is crazy, but I'm good. So let's just call me late night because it's travel time for you.
So just a flashback. I remember after doing that camp for the Black Women Rock camp, and so up in there and working and doing, and I'd had to take off and run and go to Belle Isle to play Charivari. That's the
Yep.
craziness. This is like, okay, I'll finish. Okay, now get it. I would
like
beg them. I said,
Charivari
please
as
don't put me on Saturday. Please don't schedule me for Saturday because I have to finish this camp. Please don't do it. And what they do on Saturday,
Saturday.
every single time. Well, you didn't tell me again.
Everybody needs you.
This,
And I say to everybody who's listening, so if you haven't gone to blackwomenrock.com, it's the website, please check it out. And follow Black Women Rock U with the letter U on Instagram. I'm not great at keeping up with it, but I do my best. And you can find me on Instagram too, under Jessica Care Moore. And we're not done yet. The world is not over. Black Women Rock is still happening. My record, The Crystal City is Alive, is a techno poetry record that just came out on Friday with Jeff Mills and Eddie Folks. I'm so honored. And Stacey, I can't wait for our record to come out. It's gonna go down. And Also got John Dixon on that record, Salt. And
John Dixon will be probably, I think, day 3 or 4 appearing
love
here at
John
the DMAC. Oh yeah, all
fantastic.
the
Yeah.
people, you know, like you mentioned, is
Well, he wrote my album, you know, Black Tea, The Legend of Jason.
oh
James.
yeah.
I mean,
Hey,
that's
hey,
awesome.
wait a minute.
Yeah, he wrote that.
It's over there. Wait.
Is it? Yeah, John. Shout out to John Dixon, man. That collaboration was pretty phenomenal for me. Kat, we have to still record together.
I know. Well, secretly, Divinity and I are making a fiendish plan to collab with you and Ursula.
Let's just do it.
So
me and Ursula Rucker and Divinity Rocks. Yo, yeah, we can kind of see the record.
Get some guitars and poetry kind of thing.
Let's go. Okay, let's go. That's all we need. All me and Ursula need is the
we're putting some stuff together, and then when we get it packaged up, we're gonna send it to you and see what you think.
Oh, it ain't nothing. Me and Divinity been wanting to record forever together. So
once again, tell the people how to get in touch with you, Jessica.
I'm on Instagram at Jessica Care Moore, my name, and then JessicaCareMoore.com is my website. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, I'm on Twitter, I'm on all them things. I'm on Instagram more than anything.
You have so many YouTubes. I could, but that particular one that I played, that's the one that I wanted. You know,
I only have one YouTube channel, and I think it's called Black Woman Rock, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but I'm saying to Jessica Care Moore, when you search, it's like pages and pages and pages.
Oh, that's just me. I can't. Sorry, I ain't put that stuff up. I didn't do that. But yeah, I miss you. I miss you.
Thank you so much.
God, I missed you, Troy, so much.
We come. As soon as this shit is popping, we come. I'm bringing all of y'all back, and I am working on trying to get some funding so that we can pay everybody better. I'm talking to a couple arts organizations so I can get some funding so everybody can get a better paycheck, which is what we need to. Let alone a rap bus. And you know what kills me is like I know if I was a white girl promoting what's the sister that did Lilith Fair? What's the actor?
I know you're talking about that.
Yeah, her. I think Tracy Chapman was the only sister on that whole show. And she got mad support. So I'm like, to these corporate sponsors, like Black Woman Rock.
Well, they're listening a little bit better because of this. That's what I mean by things have changed, and they're listening a little better. And we'll talk again after this because I know someone that's tapped into some numbers from those that want to do right by all the wrong that has been done over the years.
We need a rap bus
and
a tour.
And we have.
No, we need a poetry bus.
Yeah, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, poetry buzz. But we need some funding so that we can go into these cities and rock these people's worlds up, and then change some girls' lives. And it's such an empowering weekend, as y'all know. It's and I just want to take care of the artists better, and I want to get this movement around the country. And so, yeah, these corporate people need to step up and step into it. So I love y'all. I do gotta go. I got another thing.
Thank you so much for your time. Y'all,
I love y'all.
Give it up, y'all. Jessica Care Moore.
You can love Detroit, baby. Black Woman Rock all day.
All day. Detroit. All right. My sister. I couldn't help it,
It's all good.
What a lead in. How many times did she say your name before you came? Right. All right. Crew, we got something special we're gonna roll for you. So we're gonna step out the room and come back, and I'm gonna take some questions and stuff or from the people, and we're gonna chat. But in the meantime, this woman that you know is Kat Dyson. If you don't know, you've been knowing a long time and you don't realize you know. I'm honored to know her and for her to be my friend. And watch this, okay? Daryl, let's go.
Face down. guys would come up and say that stuff, it would be like, yeah, and.
I wouldn't mess with you. I got news.
Well,
for
no,
you.
but I'm saying, you know, my dad and my brothers kind of made me go, yeah, and.
Okay.
And my dad would always say, don't get mad, baby, get even. Whatever they say, take it all in. Don't get mad about it. Figure out a way to beat them. And,
Right.
you know, we play chess. And I'm like, Daddy, let's play checkers. He's like, no, checkers for lazy people who are going too fast. I want you to learn how to play chess. The long game. So, you know, whoever would say something like that, or time would always come around where they would have to see me again. It's like, dang it. Now, I know this is the She Rocks Award, but I'm going to do a song that celebrates every man in this house, including Mr. Vi. What he doesn't remember is I met him at Paisley Park about 20 years ago. And he gave me one of his Morley Wawas, which I still have. So I want to say thank you, Mr. Vi. All the cool dudes, I just want you to sway back and forth. This is for all the men. I like a man who can speak his mind. I like a man who knows how to take his time. Now he can love me soft and gentle. He can be a little bit sentimental. He ain't got to wear fancy clothes. I don't care about that. Heaven knows. Knows when to be cool and when to be tough. And once is never enough. Now baby, you know what I like, yeah. In the middle of the daytime, baby, late at night, you love what I like. Cause baby, you know, oh baby, you know what I like. Sweet kisses all through the night. In the middle of the daytime, hold me tight. You know what I like. Remember last night, around about midnight, and all those whipped cream desserts. You know what I like. You know what I like.
I've been loving you for many years. I know every inch of your body. I know the things that really turn you on. And I don't want to ever be without me. I can see it in your eyes, you're thinking of someone else. I can feel it in your touch, you're only fooling yourself. You can't fake it. Can't fake the feeling without feeling. Don't give me your love if you really Problems, you'll overcome them. There's no option. You're gonna rise above it anyway, 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 anyway. You got this. Oh, they say it's all over, but you won't break. You're gonna make it through anyway, anyway, anyway. Believe, gotta shake off all the negativity. Believe, 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 believe. You got it, you got it, you got it.
How about that? Come on back out here and show your face, Cat.
I don't know. You got the controls.
How'd you like that?
That's pretty hilarious.
Just, just your life flash, all of it, you know.
Oh, bits and pieces. Yes, bits and pieces. It's all, when you're in forward motion and you're hoping that you're serving the gifts you've been given in a way that uplifts someone, you really don't stop to think about a lot about what you done. You're thinking about the next thing,
Uh-huh.
affect change, and how can I do something positive for somebody else, and how can I leave a positive vibrational footprint on the planet that needs
Mhm.
so much healing and so much help to the human spirit. So that's
That's your footprint.
I
You know
don't
that.
spend a lot of time looking over my shows.
That's your footprint. That, and I think I knew you maybe 5 years before I knew that you were the writer of Can't Fake the Feeling.
One of the writers there. The other one was Geraldine
Did,
Singing.
oh my, but still, for your footprint to build it, that was our go-to. We still can go to it now, and it's like, and
Yeah, me and a group of musicians, we were the recording band for Lime, for Unidis Records, and we played Lime, Kathmandu, Goldie Alexander, Maurice Messiah, Geraldine Hunt, Freddie James. That whole crew. It was out of Montreal actually, so it was a dance music label out of there. We were the house band for a lot of those records.
a dance music label. So,
Yeah.
which brings me, so we talk about this whole forum is about women in business, and the diverse. Would you consider yourself a rock artist? But
I'm a person that loves music,
there you go. Sometimes,
all music.
uh-huh.
I tend to be, I guess, for lack of a better term, I enjoy the buffet that is music, and considering how much I've consumed and been, around and influenced by.
Speak up in your mic. Either my ears are going, but I didn't hear you. Yeah,
Okay, and
that's
considering
good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if you
considering
okay.
how much music I've been exposed to from being a child and upwards, it's just one big buffet to me, and
And
if I
so
can
with that,
get in and enjoy a bit and learn
Yeah.
about more, and because I grew up as a Catholic, singing in Latin in the Catholic
oh,
church. So the first
that's
song
something
ever,
else I didn't know.
Ave Maria.
Satis,
So-
satis, satis, domine satis.
And then being in school choirs, but then also being influenced by all the rock bands that were on the radio, and kids getting guitars and sitting on their back porches playing in what we call little garage bands and talent shows. So, you know, everything from James Brown to Deep Purple to Jimi Hendrix to, you know, and then my dad was a jazz guy. He did not allow any other music to be played when he was home but jazz. My mother loved gospel and classical, and
You had no choice.
she introduced me to Odetta because she wanted me to see a black woman with a guitar in her hands.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, you know, and then of course there was the Beatles and the Stones and Carlos Santana and Jimi Hendrix and all the music my father hated because it was too loud. So I am just a product of my life, you know, and if I write in different genres, it's because that's the way it hits me at the time. You know, I was lucky enough to study with Spike Lee's aunt, Consuela Lee Moorhead, at Norfolk State University, and the Wooten brothers, who are very famous now, Victor Wooten, being a very prolific bass player. They all went to that school. We all were there together, and Karen Briggs went to Norfolk State as well. And, you know, so that broadened my jazz background. And, you know, but when I started to play music, it was more pop and, you know, rock
Uh-huh.
with my own bands that won Star Search in '86. And then, you know, we were session musicians for a lot of people. I worked with Celine Dion. I worked a lot with Rock Voisine, a lot of Canadian artists you may know or not know about. And then I went on to work with, to audition for Cyndi Lauper through my good friend Felicia Collins, who was with David Letterman's band. She was called to do that gig, and she was working with Cyndi. So Cyndi was looking to replace a woman with a woman. So I went down and auditioned for that, and then, you know, then I met Sheila E. at a trade show, and that led to an audition with Prince. So every piece and part is, you know, just the mosaic that is music in total. That's it.
So what would you tell there? We have young listeners, especially young girls, and with you diversifying yourself with music and knowledge, and you've obviously studied, you read, you're a music producer, you're our music director. There's nothing better than I like to see when you tell somebody to play and then you call off those notes, you know, something in the C flat and the 7/4, I don't know the language. However, because of that language you're doing it, I went back and took piano lessons because I'm like, okay, I needed to find something. And when you guys said you wanted in the key of whatever, I straightened that up too, you know, although I'm playing record, but I was like, okay, I have to listen. I don't want to be, you know, but so just your mere presence makes anyone that's around you step up their game. And if they don't step up their game, it's just kind of like, well, I don't want to play with you. You can't play with me. You just go over there and play. I play in this corner, and I play with my dolls over here, and you play with your dolls.
All
You know
the
what I
well,
mean? But it's
all the
all
welcome to have.
it's all, you know, and I love that. I just draw to it, and just, you know, just like it's so many things that I could ask about you. Ask about Prince. You know, we have like a bazillion Prince lovers out here, and I know that you're one of them, and you can give us one good story because you knew Prince personally. Tell us a 1 minute story, because I know he has a lifetime story, you could say, but let's give us
1
one.
minute story.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, during the
How in
rehearsal,
the world did Face Down? Okay, no.
okay, face down, you know, I mean, you see the words, you hear the words.
Yeah.
And is he, you know, he studied a lot of artists and their lives and their livelihoods, and he wrote a lot of lyrics that had, you know, straight up meaning and then hidden meaning, and, you know, about the way, you know, artists move through the industry and all that. So when we did that video, I had to play the psychoanalyst, and I cannot even tell you how hard it was to keep laughing.
I just what I'm saying,
because you know, he's like, just put the glasses on. Look like a therapist. And I had no idea. And every take we did, it was different. I had no idea what he would do, but I had to hold it together.
You couldn't laugh.
We laughed so hard. You know, but we laughed all the time. That's one thing people might not know about Prince. His sense of humor. It came out there, but he was a very serious musician, and very dedicated to getting things right and very much a perfectionist, but he also was a humorist.
He meant business.
You know, we would talk about life and books and philosophy. We had a lot of serious conversations. So when he cast that video, he's like, okay, you can be in the church, but you're going to be my therapist. Because when you put the glasses on, you look. So, you know, that he did that, had everybody scratching their heads, but when he put it all together, it came out really well. But, you know, but he, at the time that I came in, he was pretty much giving the face down to the whole entire industry, because that's when he started his own label. That's when he took back his masters. That's when they tried to take his name and he had put a symbol. So it was such a growth period for him. And, you know, his template set up other people to be independent. So everybody thought he was crazy at the time.
I didn't.
But not
Did
so
you?
crazy. I just thought he was forging his own path like he always has. That he just did it in an extreme way. Because when we got there, Paisley Park had many offices that were empty. Because he just said, okay, you out, you out, you out, you out, 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 man, out. And he cleaned house, you know, because there were a lot of things that were going on that he liked and a lot of things that were going on that he did not like. And he just, you know, repopulated the place with folks that he, you know, could do the job, that he could trust, he felt comfortable around. And if he needed to farm those services out of house, he was just intent on making Paisley be a creative space at that time, and not so much an industrial whatever.
Yeah, the machine.
Because a lot of films were shot back there. Grumpy Old Men, a lot of it was shot on the back lot of Paisley.
Really?
Yes, and a lot of movies were edited, and a lot of post-production was done there. You know, it was a working, functioning studio. There were 2 or 3 different sound stages. There was a lot going on, you know. So, yeah.
Wow. So that's good. So, what would you tell? Again, I think to ask the young. I think I went off into something else when I tried to ask you the question to give some encouragement to young artists, especially female women. You know, you've been a woman in the business for some time, and what would your closing note to tell them something of encouragement, especially during this time, to give them hope?
The one voice you have to listen to is your creative voice first. The outside voices of acceptance and you know, gratitude and, you know, lifting you up, they may seem more important than your own inner voice, but they are not. Because your inner voice, for me, because of my belief, is my link to God, which is where my creativity comes from. And the more you start listening to the outside voice, you will never hear that voice talking to you on the inside, helping you write that song, helping you finish your idea, helping you. And you got to get quiet for that. A lot of people think the music industry is all noise and flash and fancy and videos and cars and girls and la la la. But every songwriter has a story of how they were sitting in a room with a pad and a pencil or an idea, and it came to them. Not around 20 million people, not around, you know, in a car with party girls, you know. You've got those moments of creativity where it's just you and that voice that links you to the source of your gift. And you can't hear the source of your own gift if you're so busy listening to what's in your periphery, what he thinks, what she thinks, what mom says you should do, dad says you should do. I'm not saying that you should ignore that, but when it comes to your own creativity and expressing yourself, you got to get quiet inside your spirit and connect with your gift in a way only you can do. And you got to get quiet. You got to get, you got to get focused for that. So just allow yourself that and don't give up. Because if it's there and it's small and it's quiet, the more settled you make your life, that creative voice will get louder. the more you pay attention to it. So just pay attention to it. Don't let anybody take you off the course. I can't hear you.
I like how it tells you you're trying to talk and your mic is off. Take the mute off. You know, it's like, who are you talking to? Yourself? It's like, you know, new world here. Golly. Okay. Yeah. I thank you so much for your time. I thank
Thank
you
you
so
for
much for
having
being my friend. I thank you so much
Absolutely.
for being such a beautiful spirit for the world. And we talk time to time, and just it's always something that makes a better place mentally, the world, because we kind of see a lot of things eye to eye. And, you know, one of the biggest things we see eye to eye is we like to have fun and laugh.
Oh yeah, you gotta have
Gotta have a
shenanigans.
sense of humor.
You gotta have shenanigans in your
You
life.
gotta have some shenanigans.
That's why you see a golf course behind me, because
Th-
that's what it's gonna be
you
at
know,
some point this week.
gotta have some
That's
shenanigans. We
It's
believe in
the
that. You
best
know, it's
social
it.
distancing sports you could ever play.
it-
Golf. Just get away from everything and everybody. As much shenanigans as you want to have in nature.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But I miss you guys. I miss Detroit. I miss the energy. I miss the vibe. I miss playing with my girls. And, you know, Black Women Rock brings me such a joy and a satisfaction and such a hope, you know,
It
for
is.
self expression that I hadn't found any other place.
N-
And
Neither have
it's
I.
opened up my heart a lot and eyes, you know, to women that are forging ahead in their own path. And
Hmm.
I am here to absolutely encourage them.
And
Please
we can
don't
thank
stop.
Jessica for that because you know that, and just say it's kind of
Yeah.
like we're a bit of a cult, and we didn't know it. You know, you don't know it until it's other artists looking saying like, "How can I be in?" And we like, "In? Who want to do that?" They don't know how hard we
Ex-
work. I'm trying to keep my language in
Exactly.
order. They have no idea how hard we work.
Yeah.
You know, for a 2 hour show, however long, but 25 songs,
Right.
and they're not even our songs, and we have to learn and it's different every time. Thank you, Jessica. But then it be, and so we become those songs, and but everyone that's been inside of that camp, we never leave each other. You notice that?
Exactly.
That we never leave each other. It's kind of like, hey, you know, uh, just constant. And I absolutely love that. You know, like you know, if we see each other, just stuff and just the collaborations and stuff that happen. Just like the song that you heard at the end of the video that was playing. Um, the guitar licks on there was done by Kat Dyson. She's like, send me that. And she just told me, just send me wherever, and I could put in. And she laid those licks on it. And that's Inner City. Detroit's on Inner City with featuring Stephanie Christian.
Yes.
And so we
Who
just keep,
said you can't have guitar and techno? Come
and
on.
that's right. She's singing some guitar and techno. That's right. That's right. So you know, we are women in business, and we're going to keep doing this. I want to thank you so much. Um, the DMAC, thank you. Spin Inc., thanks you. Charivari Detroit, thank you. And of course, I do. We're a nonprofit organization, and we're going to be asking for your donations. I'm going to play a commercial next, kind of telling you how we all came about and all that. And in the meantime, you have a good day, Kat.
You too. And thank you again for having me on. I really
Thank
appreciate
you. We'll speak soon. Okay. Bye bye.
it. Love you.
Love you too. All right, DG, you ready? Huh? Okay. Okay. All right. You know, in this virtual world, different things happen. And so now all of a sudden, I'm going to be the commercial. You know, when we're online, you know, we're subject to electricity, we're subject to internet, different things. We have things that won't trigger off when you tell it to, but it's okay. So I'm gonna just make up me a commercial from the fly. You see this behind me? I'm gonna move over so you can see. Oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna just cover this up. Cover my camera. Uh-oh, all of it. Come on. Oh, well, it's not acting right. Anyway, the Detroit Electronic Music Conference is being brought to you by Spin Inc. Spin Inc. is a nonprofit organization that was created by Ron Johnson. You may know him as Malik Muhammad, aka DJ Jungle 313. He created this school called Spin Inc. and allowed me to be one of the instructors. I'm honored to do that. And inside of the school, we teach you how to DJ from very 101, 102, 103. We take you right to the next level. We have DJs that have come out of our school that are playing festivals and many different other things. As a nonprofit organization, we need donations. We need donations because we don't have any money. We're providing this with you with no money, but we want you to have the message because we want to get the money to continue to get equipment and to be able to teach the children. We have to save the children, and we spoke about that earlier when I was speaking with Kat and Jessica. It's just important for life for you to give back because none of us will be here 100 years from now. However, the best thing that we could do is set a legacy to set the road to going into a good place. As native Detroiter, myself, and many others, we've seen a big change right here in the city, and some of us want to make it, we have made it better, and some of us will continue to make it better, and that's what we do here at Spin Inc. We have an awesome board that we work with. Chauncia Dunbar, Nancy Gavor, John, I don't know if I can say your last name, but Powder Blue is how we know him. Rita Clark. We have Amina. This is our board, and I believe they're going to give you a presentation sometime between day 2, 3, or 4, but I'm going to get them out here so they can talk to you and they can talk to you best because they work very hard in the background to keep this going. Anything you do is not for free because we got to eat. There's many things that we just have to do, and we choose to take our passion in this area to teach in music because the music gives a message, and the message in the music that we present and we try to provide for you, we make you listen. That's one of my questions that I ask when I talk to my students. I say, one of the questionnaires, I say, what do you hear? And they all look at me crazy like, what do you mean, what do you hear? We hear you talking. I was like, no, just be silent for a minute and I want to know, what do you hear? They used to put down name, number, and all that. And I say, what do you hear? And that's my way of making them listen. Because don't nobody want to listen. Everybody want to talk. They don't want to listen. They can know it all. But in the meantime, go to our website, spinningdetroit.com, and hit the donation button. Okay. Because we'd like to continue to do what we do. And this is part of why we have the DMAC here. To kind of show you some of the things that we do for the children and adults. We won't be upset with you if you happen to be over 18 and you want to learn. We embrace that as well. So that's my commercial. Maybe we might have a word from, I see one of the board members in the house, and Chauncia. Chauncia, would you reach out here and say hello to your audience and your people? She is one of our board members. One of the board members of Spin Inc. Yep, I put you on the spot until you put out there, but it's all real good. We had that commercial queued up. Uh-oh, wait on. This is the kind of thing you get to do virtually and stuff, be like, wherever. What'd you say? Okay. And now a word. They ask for one, I get two. Okay. This is what we do. I'm going to turn mine off.
Where it all started. Modern and Goddard. 1970 I was born. This is my neighborhood. Now, before crack hit this neighborhood, this was a beautiful neighborhood. Pre-1980, this was a beautiful neighborhood. After the 1980s, you know, with crack coming in, it really tore up my neighborhood. Now, where I'm standing is where my house used to be at. I was born and raised here in 1970, as I said. My grandparents raised me. I was raised by a single mother. My mom's name is Miss Phillips, Roberta Phillips, and that's why I fell in love with music. Now, there was a sister that stayed over here that played the piano, and this neighborhood was filled with beautiful music. Her name was Simone, and she used to play about 1 o'clock every day, practicing. And this neighborhood, the vibe she set for this neighborhood was outstanding, and the way she played the piano was very beautiful. It's almost like a soundtrack to this neighborhood. Now, over in this area over here is where I got introduced to turntables. My cousin Handheld, he had brought some turntables home from Germany. After he got hurt in Beirut, they shipped his stuff back, and he brought back some Technic 1200s, a mixer, and he had Detroit vinyl. A lot of good music back then. That's where my love of DJing and my love for music started, in this neighborhood here. Now, the reason why I started the nonprofit Spin Inc. is because I lost a lot of friends in this neighborhood. I lost about 13 people by the time I was about 30. I probably lost about 10 to 15 people in this neighborhood that grew up with me. And I wanted to start a program to help children stay out of situations like that. And then they could also learn the benefits of playing different types of music that is not negative to the community, because this is what happens to the community. When you allow destructive behaviors, destructive music without responsibility to exist in your neighborhood, this is what happens. This is the aftermath. And the families and the children are casualties. Matter of fact, to tell you a story, Mark Murray, may he rest in heaven, may he rest in peace. 1985, you know, they found him in Pontiac murdered, selling crack in Pontiac, and someone killed him and threw him in a garbage can. He was 15 years old. That was my first friend that ever got murdered that I knew related to drugs. So in that, as I was saying, Spin Inc. is born to help save children from those conclusions or end results of wanting to be in the streets or deal with street life. This is the result of street life. Now, to help a program like this, we would love for you to donate, to keep children safe, by giving them programming. If a child doesn't have a programming, he is left to his own whims, and they may get in trouble. So please, if you feel like donating, if you feel like this is a worthy project, please donate. So children that live in areas like this, in which I grew up in, but it was beautiful during the time that I grew up, but this is the end result, help us create different types of programs which can actually save our children. So it's important to give them access, to give them the software and tools to be able to transform this into something different.
Hey everyone, my name is Ruby Valancourt and I'm the founder of Detroit.Dance. So Detroit.Dance is a platform that I use to promote electronic music events going on in the city of Detroit and the Detroit metro area. Recently with COVID going on, I've promoted live streams as well, so both events and live streams. You can find my daily event posts at at Detroit DOT Dance on Instagram and Twitter. So what I do is I find all the flyers for all the events and streams. I make sure they have all the relevant information like time, age limit, price, anything like that, just so it's an all-in-one resource for people to look at to figure out what they're going to do or what they're going to listen to that day. And promoters and DJs are always welcome to just DM me their flyer about their event, because like I said, things are popping up all the time, so it's always nice to just make sure I have everything. In addition, I also have a bi-weekly guest mix that I'm posting on Wednesdays on SoundCloud. So far, we've had Ramiro Bernabela of Audio Bite Records. We've had Brent Scudder of 313 FM, who hosts Planet Funk on Wednesdays. And this week, we have a special tribute by Calico, which I could not have done without the help of Angie Linder. So not only do I have a guest mix, but during that week that the guest mix drops, I have features on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday that can be found on the website, www.detroit.dance. So on Mondays, I post something called Destination Detroit, which is where I ask the guests for that week their favorite spot in the city. Could be a restaurant, a venue, anything, just a park they sit at, whatever. And then I'll also post like social media links or website links to that place or that whatever they choose. Supporting local is very important to me. And then I'll also ask them a little background as to why it's their favorite place. Wednesdays is when the guest mix drops and a little interview to go along with that. And then Fridays is when I drop something called Recipes by Request, which combines my love of cooking and kind of just trying to make it a little bit fun, a little bit different, where I'll ask the guests that week what their favorite recipe is. If they don't have a favorite recipe or they don't cook that much, just their favorite food, find a recipe for that, or even just a local restaurant, their favorite dish from that place. Just once again, just keeping it local and something fun. And so these recipes by request will be found on a separate tab on the website, just for those people that are maybe only looking for something to cook that day. It's all in one place and easy to find. So my mission with all of this is to give events and promoters a voice. So there's normally a lot of events going on in the city, so by having someone see my post and having one or two more people go to that event, one or two more people listen to that live stream, that just makes me really happy, and it's just really important to me. So that's kind of what my mission is with all of this. And a little background about me, I just graduated from Wayne State in April with my bachelor's in marketing management, which super excited to be done with that. So kind of just taking my skills that I've learned from that and putting it into this, something tangible, something that I'm passionate about. I attended my first electronic music event. It was actually in England in 2015. It was NAS Festival. So after that, I kind of wanted to get more into the scene and just figure out what else was going on with it, what else I could find. I came back, and then I went to a small festival outside Kalamazoo, and then I saw this ad pop up on Facebook about React Detroit was looking for street teamers. So I was like, all right, try to do this, get a little bit more behind the scenes, marketing, learn some more stuff, some more skills. I joined that street team. Then after like a couple months of that, they noticed that I was more into techno. So they introduced me to the street team lead for Paxahau. That's when Movement was going on. So I did the street team for Movement, and then after Movement was over, I started doing just regular PAX shows. So from doing that, I became a street team lead pretty quickly. And then after doing that, I was noticing more venues around the area, different events, different promoters, different DJs, and I wanted to promote more than just one or two big companies' events. I wanted to promote everybody's and give everyone a voice. So I started doing promo with like a 4x4 photo grid on my personal social media pages, Snapchat, Facebook Messenger story, all of that. So people were started coming to me to figure out what was going on. And then after doing that for a while, I wanted to expand to a separate social media to kind of give myself a bit more of a reach outside of my personal circle, and just have a bit more capability to grow from that. So now I have the website, I have a mix, I have other things that I'm doing. So yeah, that's just kind of a background of why I am where I am right now and what I've been doing. So then kind of ending off, like what I think of Charivari, like I love this festival. It would have been my 4th year this year. I'm super glad they're doing this online. Kind of having more opportunity with other people around the world to join. I love it because it's all local talent, it's local vendors. I always go, I have such a really fun time. And like I like discovering local talent. There's always something new. So yeah, I just really like Charivari, and once again, I am Ruby Valancourt with Detroit.Dance.
So what you're seeing here, usually when we do the Detroit Electronic Music Conference, last year we were calling it a camp, but this year it's a conference. because we're bringing more to you in a virtual way. So that's why it's important for you to see the type of things that we work with, who we work with. And things of that nature. We usually have it at Dime, at the UR building, and I think some other places, but we usually host it in person. But now that we brought you to this virtual world, we're going to make it our business to show the whole world the best to you virtually. Oh, I see Super Dre is here.
Hey. I'm just
right.
My situation squared away here. Give me like 30 seconds of the video.
Alrighty now. Take your time. So I think we're going to hear a word from our executive director.
Okay.
Good evening.
Let's see your face, sir. Let's see that face. Come on.
You see me in my production.
That's all right. We want
my
to see you in
phase.
production mode. That's right.
Let me see.
Show your face.
Let me see.
And we can just let that keep rolling, Daryl,
See our face.
till we get some face. That's the school that's being built, but we're on pause. So I'll just describe the pictures. It's a building granted to us by Mike Bank. It's on the boulevard. But as you see, everything is at a screeching halt. There we are, DSA, teaching the kids how to DJ, Detroit School of the Arts. Taught them turntablism as Candy. We had 9th, 10th, and 11th, and 12th graders. We're proud of our students that have graduated. Here we're back at Dime. If we're not at Dime, we're at the Charles Wright Museum, where we do Diller Day. Because the message is music and production to the kids. That's what we do at Spin 8. Mm-hmm. I took them all to Red Bull and put them on the radio. Those are some DSA students. All of them are graduates right now. They're a product of Spin Inc. They've gone on to college. Many of them taking up different things in communication. But their roots were developed and grown right here in the city of Detroit.
Peace. Come back.
If we can get a visual on you.
We're not able to right now, so no, we're not able to do a visual right now. I'm on another computer, and I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to do camera too, and it looks like it's not coming through. Do you guys just have the setting where it doesn't come on until you're ready for the next slot or whatever?
Well, like we were saying,
everyone, you get to hear this conversation all over the world, and it's
Yeah,
all right. You know,
yeah,
that's
'cause
the kind of things we get to do virtually, and it's okay.
yeah, and, and it's really about the conversation.
Yeah. So why don't you don't hey, DJ Jungle, do you
Yes.
know Super Dre?
Yes, we played together.
Yes, we have.
Have a
How are
conversation
you,
while we work on
sir?
this technical end. That's what you do.
Yes.
Listen to teach the people. And Joe, in the meantime, just run that other commercial where we created for women in business, and turn the music down low. But we're going to let people view that as we listen to the conversation between Super Dre and DJ Jungle. Okay, let's do that.
Excellent, and this is good because me and Super Dre have played at a club here in Detroit called Club NEP.
Yep.
Which is curated by G Smooth. As a matter of fact, I
The
did an
Detroit
interview
treasure.
for him.
Not that
Yes, it
one.
is. For G Smooth, G Smooth actually helped me with my development as a DJ, because going down there every Friday, having different types of crowds, different types of people to come in, different DJs to come in, you know, it helps you in your art form and developing your skills. So I'm very appreciative for Club NEP. I've met you there and we talked on several occasions. And one thing that I'm really want to encourage within our educational program is to be able to have more women visible as DJs, as music producers, because it has been in the past, you know, a heavily male-dominated arena. But I have met many DJs of, you know, females, sisters, by going out to California to the NAMM conference, and I was able to meet DJ Liv. DJ Liv is about, she should be about 11 or 12 now. But her DJing skills actually helped get her family off the street in Chicago because they was homeless. And I talked to her father. And when he told me that story, that gave me even more encouragement to continue this program, to be able to use this to help people learn this skill set to help change their situation, circumstance, or dynamics. So, you know, what have you been doing lately, Super Dre?
Everything.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, most notably, honestly, lately, just coping might be a good way of saying it. You know, we're living in, I hate overusing the term unprecedented, but it really is. I mean, there's so much going on right now that, you know, I think everybody, I'm sure on this call is probably grappling with too. Just, you know, we don't know what the music industry is going to look like after this. So, you know, a lot of my work, you know, as of recently has been tied up in that struggle from all angles. So, you know, I've had everything from, you know, I have a tech startup called Fortify that is, you know, we're focusing basically on allowing musicians to actually get access to their data to be able to use it. Okay. For things. So just, you know, so that, you know, obviously is heavily impacted by the music industry. Super Dre is heavily impacted by the music industry. So yeah, it's a crazy time right now, you know, from all areas. So.
And, you know, really you could look at it as a time of opportunity too, because this gives you the ability to actually recreate yourself, define a new platform to work from, have more control of your content, have more control of your material. There's a lot of things happening in the industry that has definitely going to be changed for the next possibly a century in this industry, because new platforms are coming about and the landscape has changed. And DJs are really seeing their value now because of the streaming platform, and it can actually create new opportunities such as this. For us, this is a new venture out here in the streaming realm and being able to reach a larger market. We weren't able to do that with the DMAC. Usually we are waiting for people to come in for the workshops or the master classes. We've been helped by Loft DJ in the past with our DMACs that we was actually streaming in multiple countries. And I'm proud to be a partner with Loft DJ. Earlier today, you seen one of the Loft DJ female DJs performing for the opening. That creates a cultural connection where now we're outside of Detroit. It's international now. And, you know, I got people in Belgium. I have some DJs that I know in Poland. I know some people in Brussels, Naples. So now this program is stretching to other parts of the earth, or other parts of the globe. So I'm proud of that, and I'm proud to be able to have you part of this, because now you can start connecting with other like minds in different countries also.
Yeah, no, first of all, I appreciate you guys having me. And it was, like I said, it was good timing too, because I think it takes like kind of regrouping with other people who are, you know, like-minded, and, you know, we're all trying to do the same thing. Like we happen to be people who are lovers of music, creators of music. We want other people to be lovers of music and creators of music. And it's frustrating, I think, you know, to deal with something like this, but at the same time, I'm kind of like you. I was like, all right, well, you know, I have no control over what COVID-19 is going to do in this world, like at all.
Yes.
I'm like, but I'm like, what I do know, I mean, the music industry has been, you know, let's just be real, it's been a little jacked up for some time.
Well,
So honestly, I feel like this gives us this is a good time for us to reimagine what this thing should look like, because it's always been out of whack. You know, it's never been the way that it should have been. It's never really been truly equitable. It's never not been sexist. Like, so there's just a bunch of different things that I think now we have the opportunity to tear this whole thing down and rebuild it the way that it should be.
exactly. And that's my point. And that's one of the missions of Spinning, the DJs that help teach, and the people we're involved with. We wanted to change this thing that we are listening to now. Is called music. A lot of the music that I've grown up with has definitely changed. And I saw a lot of that happen in the late 80s when the content started going totally left and totally negative. And we could see, you know, there was some debate, you know, censorship, I should be able to say whatever I want to, this, that, and the third. But we have to understand, with freedom comes a great responsibility.
Yes.
And we as an artist should be able to give positivity, because in turn, it'll give us back positivity. There's only certain places, you know, that play music that I really love to hear that's reminiscent of the 90s. And it seems like it's outside of this country. Like if you go to, if you listen to stuff that's coming out of Belgium or France or Paris, or even in South Africa. In South Africa, they don't play that derogatory music on their stations. A lot of the music they play is either techno house or so-called EDM driven.
Yeah, they have a huge house scene in South Africa, and it's amazing. I love it.
It unites the people. You don't have to have derogatory terms or misogynistic things and all these other type of things that are negative spewed through the music. No, it's about love, connectedness, elevation of thought, elevation of heart, mind, body, and spirit. And that's why I love about new artists coming out, to be able to help develop them to create better, creative, positive, uplifting music that our community really needs.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and I think honestly, really, I mean, one of the only ways to do that is to own your own stuff. I mean, you know, and I don't want to get myself in trouble because I have good relationships with labels and stuff, but like, I mean, you know, just looking at the landscape of major labels, like especially as it basically we're relating this now to talking about rap, and like I have a complicated relationship with rap. I really do, because I love so much of it, but also at the same time, like I recognize I recognize how some things can definitely not be positive,
right,
or productive, really.
Right.
And I think that major labels have a huge hand in that, because they know what sells. They're not worried about, you know, the people and the culture and all of that. Like, they're making money, and like I don't blame them, because I know what music labels are supposed to do. Like, they basically function like a venture capital fund. So they're, you know, they back this product and then they bring that product to market, and they aggressively make money on it by any means necessary. And I get that, you know, but at the same time, it is frustrating. It's frustrating when you like so many elements of the music, but there's some stuff, you know, that you're just like, oh, but it's hard to do that when artists don't necessarily have the money to be able to, you know, the capital to be able to bring their products to market. Because that's really essentially what it is like we've done this like commodification of music, of art, really, in general. Like, we've put a price tag on everything. And the most interesting thing I think about what's happened with dealing with coronavirus is it's forced us to re-look and re-decide how important we really think art is. Like, and what does it mean to us, and how much are you willing to pay to consume it? You know, like, I think for the longest, people were totally fine with stealing music for free. Now, when that pandemic hit and suddenly people were running out of creative content to consume. Like people were getting on Netflix. There's no more movies they haven't seen. There's no shows they haven't seen on Hulu. Now there's Disney Plus. People blew that out of the water in a month. Then there's listen to everything on Spotify, on Apple Music or whatever. So I don't know. It's just been interesting to see during this time, like people's relationship with art and what they're willing to do to actually do it. And I hope that we can kind of renew that again, so you don't have, independent musicians who are burnt out because they're constantly producing, but they're not seeing any fruits really from their labor.
Well, I think that right now with the situation with the coronavirus and the opportunity to create, in this industry, you have to be able to pivot now at the drop of a dime. So like even now, coming to this new platform, if you have ownership and control of your content and you have people following you to your base location to get that content, it could be monetized, and everything has to be for money. You could trade off different things, almost like a barter system with skill sets and collaborations. Like you were saying about the corporations, we can set up our own and do collaborative work. We don't necessarily have to be totally against the corporation, but it's now I know my worth, I know my value. How can we level this playing field and work cooperatively together instead of I'm signing everything over to you, you control everything, then you dictate to me what to do with my content and how I'm supposed to utilize my content. I think that's imbalanced. What's your thoughts on that?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think like the balance part I feel like is definitely an interesting piece, but I love the idea of ownership. I'm about owning everything. Like I'm about taking whatever it is that you've made and you created and making something, hopefully a living, out of that. Like the whole point of, I always say that like I'm passionate about what the creative economy looks like because creatives make things. Like we make stuff, and it's no different really than, when I think of like I have an engineering degree, and the difference between how respected you say you are when you're an engineer versus and how much money you get paid versus how much you say like, oh, I'm creative. Like people never want to like pay for those things, but they're the exact same thing. Like engineers make stuff, whatever that stuff might be. If you're a mechanical engineer, like that's what you do. If you're an industrial engineer, you're focused on that. If you're like, I'm a computer engineer, so I'm focused on, creating within that space. And I hate how just the semantics alone sometimes like box people out of, certain circumstances or whatever. Like it's incredibly frustrating, for that to happen. So I think anytime where folks can.
Well, have you seen the Mixcloud platform? And that is one of our sponsors for the DMAC 2020 Charivar Detroit Music Festival this week. Mixcloud has seen that they can actually make it a cooperative space within their platform where the content creators can benefit and getting paid, the DJs can benefit by getting paid, the actual platform is getting paid and sharing with the artist that creates the music and the content. That is a beautiful platform. That is an equitable and fair platform where everybody is compensated. And when I seen Mixcloud, I was like, they're not gonna cut us off? Okay, because they took care of everybody. That's the way it should be. Everybody's taken care of. Not one person getting the bottom line and everybody else struggling to get a bottom line. So big shout out to Mixcloud for being innovative and forward thinking in this platform, because the individual artists, the independent artists, independent companies need platforms like this so it could be able to make a bottom line. And,
absolutely. And
Mixcloud is really ahead of the game and forward thinking in that. So big shout out to Mixcloud. Big shout out.
Yep. I too am a lover of Mixcloud. I've been on that platform for probably like, I don't know, it's been a long time. I'm embarrassed to say how long it might have been. It's been at least like when do you know exactly when it came out?
I'm not for sure as far as the date when they first came out, but when I found out their platform and what they were about, I didn't care about how long about the date. I'm like looking at what they just created. I'm like, wow, this is a beautiful platform to be able to.
Yep, 2008. I just looked it up.
2008?
So yeah, like,
Excellent.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that I've probably been on that since the beginning because I really liked them because I used SoundCloud for a lot of stuff, but I mostly use SoundCloud to share music with labels because that was actually the original purpose of SoundCloud. Like before it switched, they never thought like people who aren't musicians were ever going to want to use it. So that was interesting. But, yeah, I like to be able to share mixes and stuff, and my mixes were destroying my storage space on SoundCloud. So that's why I switched to like putting like a lot of my mixes and stuff like on Mixcloud or whatever. And it gave a little bit more flexibility around like being able to name all the tracks that were on your mixes and stuff. And I really liked that.
How did it help with your branding?
Like branding wise, like, I mean, for me, it was another platform. Like I love social platforms, you know, despite how they've been leveraged for a lot of evil recently. But I actually love them because I like the idea of like being able to like for almost like the whole of human consciousness to be able to like kind of connect and have like, you know, be able to see what things are connected and all that. So I love that. And then when again, like I said, like when I first got on Mixcloud, like honestly, probably the dopest thing was like the unlimited storage because I had like mixes for days. So I just like I could upload everything. And that's honestly before I even moved to Detroit. A lot of like the folks that I used to share mixes and stuff with, I hadn't even met them then, you know, like I didn't even like had never met them in real life and stuff. So it was just, yeah, like I've always appreciated any platform that allows for musicians to easily connect, you know, with the folks that want to connect with them without having to always come out of pocket, you know, in the beginning. And then like, shoot, once you get like solidified and stuff and you can go up a level and pay for the subscription, like dope, you know, like that's supposed to be that's the pathway. Like that's the point, to be able to get to the point where you can pay for those.
But you have to treat it like a business. You have to reinvest in yourself. You have to reinvest in your business. And that shows that skin in the game, so to speak, and investment in yourself. So these platforms are now being created to help develop DJs and producers differently, and it can actually take your career to a totally different level. Totally different.
Yeah.
So Super Dre, let me ask you another question. How long you been DJing?
I have been DJing since, okay, let me calculate. All right, this is 2020. It's been 15 years.
15 years?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 15 years.
Tell me what countries you've been to.
What countries have I been to? I have been to, okay. Obviously, I've been to the US. Obviously, I've been to Canada, Mexico.
As far as DJing, where have you played at? Have you played out internationally?
Oh, yeah. So DJing, I've outside of the US, Canada for sure, Mexico, yes. In Europe, I've played in Germany. I played in Italy, and that's it, right?
Now, where did you play in Germany?
I'm like, I think that's it. I played at, it's not like a huge place. I think capacity is probably about 400-ish. I have to look it up. I don't even remember the name of the place, but I had a ball.
Now, I stayed in Germany. I stayed in Germany for like 2.5 years, and I've partied in Stuttgart, Munich, Frankfurt. Frankfurt, they had a club in the airport called the Dorian Gray, and that was like 1989, 1990, and it was a beautiful experience. Germany is a very beautiful country, and
it really is,
especially in the fall. If you're going like in between Munich and Frankfurt, there's the Black Forest, and you're going up Highway 10, and at certain portions they call it the Alligator, and it's winding roads that's going through the mountains in Germany, and it's beautiful, especially going 125 miles per hour for
Right.
2 or 3 hours. So that was a beautiful experience at 19.
Wouldn't it be nice if we could get one of those?
See, the roads are not designed over here, the highways, freeways, because one of the things that I've learned that the concrete actually is almost 36 to 40 inches thick.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no potholes, because of the pothole at that speed, you would, it'll be a fatality.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but it was a beautiful experience being able to be in Germany at the time period that I was in Germany, because the wall had just had fallen, and a lot of DJs from Detroit start coming through, start running that music over there, and I was over there during that time, and I had did a lecture at U of M talking about the same experience, and it was like, I'm far away from home, but I feel like I'm at home because of the music and the influence that Detroit had in Germany during that time period, especially the time period where there was great change happening. The wall was falling, and cultures were now being shared. And Detroit actually helped rebuild Berlin to a very great degree.
Yeah.
Yep. So in turn, we have to look at ourselves and see the value that we have coming from Detroit, where we can inspire, innovate, and also resurrect other places just because of our culture and our contribution thereof.
Yes, the energy.
Yes. So let me see what time it is. It's 5:51. This has been a very good interview.
We still have time to chat, and I let you, but you boss man take over my interview. That's all good. I called you out for it, and it was great because I knew you had a camaraderie, and that's that's real good. We, even though this, women in music business.
Yes, and that should be highlighted really in Detroit.
And that's where I wanted to kind of go, Dre, and I was going to speak to you a little bit about, like I said, we know that, as a DJ and just me learning and recently and talking to Techno Diva, I had no idea that you was geeked out as I am.
Yeah.
The technology thing, huh?
Yep.
She's a computer specialist on many platforms. Did you know that?
No, I didn't, but
exactly.
I know that.
So I wanted to go there. That's back to the business. So she's diversified. That's what I did not know either, and I've been knowing her for years. But that's what it is, a computer specialist, and that's back to women that we have to expand. And
exactly.
We think, and just other than birthing children, we have to expand. See, okay?
Of course.
And
of course.
And so
more than that.
I wanted for you, Dre, to talk about that a little bit. Where did you go to school? What made you be a computer specialist? And is that why a part of what's saving your life now, since the tables have turned, and because of the versatility, is allowing you to do other things so you could at least maintain what you have or want to have, or something to talk to us about that.
Yeah, it definitely has given me some flexibility. I feel like I've always sort of had like the dual career thing going on. I went to Grand Valley State University is where my undergrad's from. I went back later to Western for my MBA, and then I love school so much that I went back again to Wayne State.
You went back.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I know. I like low-key, I really love school. I really do. Like, I'll probably get a PhD one day just cause. But yeah, so I didn't really know what I was gonna do. I just knew I was always gonna do something with music. Like, that's always been like the thread of my life. I've played piano since I was 4 years old.
You played the piano how long?
Since I was 4.
And so you can read.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. I studied music in school. Yep. So I've been in all the bands, like concert band, jazz band, marching band, symphony, you name it, all the way through college. I've been in rock bands. I'm a DJ.
How many instruments do you play?
I've done it all.
How many instruments do you play?
So technically, because I was a music major, and when you're a music major,
you can play anything.
I thought I might go into instruction at first. So they actually make you be what they call quote unquote proficient in everything. So I can
Okay.
struggle through all the instruments, but my main instrument has always been saxophone. That's what I played like elementary, junior high, high school, college. But I played violin and symphony, and then I played electric guitar and stuff too because I was like in a rock band for a while. Played drums in a band, like you name it.
Oh, we're
Like,
about to do some more stuff. I learning these things. See, this is what COVID has done. It's exposed more of your talents to the world.
oh yeah, for
And
sure,
and
for sure.
and me. I mean, like, I'm always looking for musicians, especially working in Black Women Rock, because that's the
Oh
only
yeah,
thing that we
yeah,
have is
yeah.
like so I just had Jessica on, and sometimes we're on a mission for musicians, and that we'll talk about that. But you definitely thank you.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just information. This is back to again. Um, why we're doing this, and we would have done this even if it wasn't COVID. We would have been doing presentations in person, typically at Dime, but we've been at UR in different places, stuff like that. So now our audience is the world. So our fresh 2-300 we have just turned into fresh 2-3-4,000 or more because of the night. So a
Yeah.
lot of people just heard you say you're a music major, not just a DJ.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, having a backup plan is never a bad idea. Like, yeah,
That's-
so yeah, thankfully my parents were like, yeah, you can go to school for music. They're like, you love it and you're good at it. We know this, so we will let you do your thing. They're like, but
uh-huh.
but you also should get a degree in music. So I actually had for my undergrad, it was a dual major in music and business. And I think that was by far probably the smartest thing that I could have ever done. That's 'cause, like I've watched my musician friends like even just kind of like struggle with the business aspects of it because it's hard, like especially when you are a tried and true creative. That's not the part you need to learn. like
And
that's the
that's
part you
something.
already have that on lock already. That is not the issue. What you have
No.
to learn is how do you function within a system that's basically like diametrically opposed to everything that you're about, because nothing in the system is really designed really for creative. Like creatives usually have to like have a hand in that, but
Uh-huh.
it's not really designed for us. Like even when I look at the vast majority of corporate jobs and stuff, like the reason why they call those jobs analyst jobs is because those are jobs that they have required people to just solely focus on the left side of their brain.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
when that's not the natural state of being, like it's hard for you to deal with that. And so it does help, I think, to get that extra knowledge on like, okay, this is the system that exists. I can't blow the whole thing up, but how do I try to function within the dysfunction and still be reasonably successful?
Oh, this is so we're about to wrap it up here with you, although I love it. I could talk to you for hours.
I know, yeah, I could talk to you guys forever.
I really appreciate you taking the time out your busy day to come up on this platform and to share with the world your portion of life and how you see it through the eyes of Soup Dream.
Yeah,
Closing words,
absolutely.
is this something that you could tell the children? There's something, what would you leave them an expiring word or just something, or just, as a female and
hmm I
talking,
mean,
what,
I would just say, like, for especially for kids right now, because this has got to be like the wildest environment
Oh
in
my
life.
God.
Like, no one was really prepped for this. So, I would just say for people who are creators, like, keep creating, because there's going to be a point where this opens up and you're already going to be ready to go. Like, you're not going to have to try to regroup and do all that. It's going to be harder for the industry to get a lot worse really than it already is. But right now, and this is just what I was saying to DJ Jungle, I'm like, this stuff right now kind of, it sucks the way that it is. And the music industry has never really been as great as we always wanted it to be. So now is the time to reimagine what all this stuff looks like. So
Yeah.
don't think that your ideas aren't necessary. Don't think that they are not part of this process, because they need to be part of this process.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I want to give it up for you, and I thank you so very, very much. Sorry we weren't able to get your camera to work. However, there's a beautiful shot of you that we have. I guess you can see, and Stream Team, one of our
Yeah,
technical
thank you guys
directors
so
and
much for
Greg Rogers, who
having me
dropped a name.
today.
Nogo said that you are fabulous, and it's about the hair. Tell them about the hair. That's one of your staples, would you say?
It is. The hair is definitely a staple. Although I'm rocking my quarantine look right now, so I twisted all my hair, so you can't really tell how large it is. So I got a new look right now.
Oh, that's why you wouldn't turn your camera on. You want to see?
No,
the hair.
I keep turning it on, but for whatever reason, it keeps telling me that it won't let me. It's weird. I don't know. I've been on it all day for meetings, but
Really?
yeah.
And I don't know. Haru, can you kind of figure that out? Because we hope our next guest is in the house. Nicole is here, and we have to be able to turn on the cameras because I want to see them. I want to.
Video's on, the camera's on. It just for
See,
whatever
Nicole's
reason.
in. Okay, yeah, there she
hates me.
is. We still, we couldn't.
Hey,
couldn't
Nicole.
Get her in.
Hey girl, want to see your pretty face too?
Oh,
I
yeah,
know. I don't
that's
know
it.
why nothing is showing up. Like,
That's right. You two know each other. I love this crossover thing going on.
ladies in tech got to stick together.
I
You
know.
know, this is yeah.
That's what it's about today.
There's so few of us. We have no choice.
I'll confess that's to expose your technology to me. I went, what? I had no idea. So I was just over the moon and trying to recruit you and a whole bunch of stuff because that's what's next. So I know that you had a long, busy day. Andrew, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks again for having me. I'm going to dip out of this side and come back in the other side so I can hear you guys talk now.
Okay. All right. Thank you
All right,
so
thank
much.
you guys. Have a good one.
All right now. Well,
Here we are.
we have the one and only Nicole Scheffler. How are you doing, Tech Diva?
Doing good, enjoying the last conversation, been popping in, great music, great vibes, loving today's theme for women, and honored to be here with you, sister. Just totally my pleasure's all mine. Such powerhouse women, Detroit.
Yes, it is. So you're full of a lot of things too, and I almost don't know where to start because it's all good. So I'll just open the door and let you just talk about yourself. Let's go from when you were in Detroit.
Yeah, I'm the tech nerd, so this is the tech diva in here. So I have a few visuals.
Okay.
If
You
that
want to show them?
helps. Sure.
Oh yeah. Okay. Great.
coming prepared with
Let's
some-
see. Do I have this screen share? See, I didn't know you were going to do that.
I think I just need to be enabled for screen
That's
sharing.
what I'm good. That's just what
Cool.
I was checking to make sure I can enable you to do that.
It's a good visual, and two, a good thing people can take a screenshot or a picture of with your phone, because I'm pumped to try to drop
Do you need
some knowledge.
Do you need a little music bit under you, or are you good with just voice, or just whatever you
Hey,
want?
I like the music under us. I'm down. I'm down
Daryl,
for
if you
some.
give us a little beat, just
Yeah,
down low.
Sure. And we'll make it interactive, so I will stop along the way. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. Cool. So, coming on here, wait for the DJ to drop some beats for us. But, I want to talk about some lessons that can help spin up success from a tech diva. So that's kind of what I want to talk to you about today.
Okay, cool.
So this is me, really old picture. So I went reverse. I am not so much a DJ now. I have not traveled to Germany to DJ, but I am a fan, a photographer, and a follower. And I did spin. So it's kind of how I got into tech. So as we look at the youth, we look at what gets us here, in college. I wasn't quite sure where I wanted to go with things, was really into the scene, and got an opportunity to have a gig every night. And it paid $400 a week, which in 2000 was a great paying gig. You can even cut off a piece for the guest DJ, pay them. We had open bar tab. And I was able to get and spin. I mean, that's what I'm talking about, right? But you learn in a male dominated field like electronic music, when you're a young woman DJ and you take someone else's gig, because they had underage people come in, you learn real quickly the game, and you learn a lot of things, because when it's just you're carrying your own stuff, you're making it happen, you're troubleshooting when things go out. And it empowered me from being in the industry and playing out, made me realize that, you know, we could do this and you could do anything. And it actually is what empowered me to go into technology and become the tech diva I am today, because I realized how much power we have and I could do it just as good as the guys could do it. And that's something I took with me into my career. So some other things I'll talk about real quick here is, you know, not only do I think security spelt wrong here just to keep everyone on their toes, but now I've been in the tech industry for 15 years. So what I want to do today is take some of that knowledge and give it over to you all for the industry, because this is where I can get you thinking a little differently. And Jungle and Super Dre talked about it here, and I just want to give you guys some really tangible things. 2 things, you know, 5 best practices from tech that you can use when you're setting up your digital game in the new world and in any kind of world and any kind of setup. And then I want to leave you with one way we can make those dreams come true. So whether it's for the youth out there or for anyone listening to this, I'm going to give you some ways that you can guarantee some success for yourself, which is what I love to do. So I just want to shout out to the Covenant House there in Michigan, changing lives for the youth, just like Spin Inc. does. And just thank DMAC and Charivari, and especially Hot Wax and Ron and everybody just for having me on today. So let's see what we got here. This is my 5 best practices. This is where it's at. And I think this is the one I said, I have very few slides. It's pretty much this and maybe one more on goals, but it kind of comes into these areas, and I'll stop along the way and talk to you, Stacy, on kind of what you're seeing, because we have these 5 areas that we use in technology that translate over into the new world, especially the borderless world, as now so many clubs are shut down and we all know what's happening, right, with COVID. So it starts with like kind of your strategy and your plan. So with the way things are right now, what are you going to do? What kind of gear do you need? What kind of subscription or service do you need to buy? And that's like a little bit of research, right? So that's like definitely, this is kind of the stages so that you can work through things. And I'm sure there's more on this list, and I'd be happy to see what I'm missing here. You know, and branding, I think Jungle talked about it before. I mean, it's about your brand, and you know, Ron was talking about it, and Super Dre. I mean, everything's about who do you represent? And what a great honor in Detroit to have Minx and Hot Wax just putting down some historical branding of being strong women that have paved the way to get out there. So thank you.
Thank you
for being, I mean, talk about brand. Like, it's an honor. You know, I've interviewed these ladies backstage, and I've taken pictures, and I've been at shows, and it's just always an honor to see you on stage. But that's part of it. What is your brand? How do you treat people? How do you show up? How do you know, what's your logo? What's your label? You know, so I know you got some thoughts on that.
Oh yeah.
You got anything to add there?
Oh, you know, a lot of that has been subconsciously done. And it took my graphic artist to tell me that I had created a brand by using Hot Wax. And I never really understood or knew that until maybe 5-6 years ago. Now, I've been Hot Wax a long time. And she said, when, you know, typical, you know, it's no pun or anything to other DJs, because well, let me go back. I always thought a DJ should have a name, you know, to be something other than their name. But as time goes, many times they're just who they are, just their name. That doesn't mean you have to have a, you know, add to, like Super Dre has that to it, but you know, her name is Andrea Wallace. My name is Stacy Hale, and so I got the Hot Wax. But as many people out here like Norm Talley, Bruce Bailey, or something, and those are just great names, and we know them now. But they're common in the world or in the United States. You can go to Google right now and just type Hot Wax with 2 X's. My whole life come up. I'm going, like, for real? I did not know that. I branded
Do it. Get
accident.
wise.
By accident. Okay. I had no clue. So forever I'm trying to drop the Stacy, I'm trying to drop the Helen and realizing she told me, see, don't you know that Hot Wax is a brand? I went, huh? And I just typed it myself and whereas if you type another, a person's name that's regular common, you're going to get more than 10 of them because it's a common name. It's not to take anything away from them, but I'm just going back to when you talk about branding.
Yes. And that's the lesson, right? For those that are aspiring out there, as you're coming out with your brand, put it in Google, see what comes up, because adding the extra letter, coming up with the extra spice for your name is part of your brand. When
two X's here is what made it different.
See? So, I think that's a big piece of it. Thank you for sharing your journey. And I do think people should go look you up if they don't know you, because you're amazing again, doing everything. And I love the tie of women being strong in technology and women being in music, because really music is technology, especially today. That's why one of the biggest trends I have a podcast, I talk to hundreds of women in tech, and you always have to be learning. Constantly. That's what's for sure. You're always learning. You're learning about how to reach your fans. Do you do paid ads? Do you not? Do you do collabs? Yeah. Do you co-brand with people? Do you get in on a show? Do you give to get? I know a lot of givers, they're spinning, giving back, but what you get from it is so much more fulfillment. And that's in anything in the community, of changing lives,
that is,
of being a part of our community. And it's more than just playing music. Music is community.
It is. That's
the record.
One of the joys that I have when I teach and when I see a student get it, especially young kid that I absolutely know they knew absolutely nothing, and they get it, I'm in tears. It just, I have to go somewhere to sit down because I'm babbling. When they do that, I'm real fond of doing Girls Rock. I miss that so much. It got so good. We were doing 2 weeks, but Girls Rock Detroit, and these girls had no clue whatsoever, nothing. And by the time I finish with them in 1 week, I have to teach them how to play. And the programs that we put in, the fact that they get it and they rocking it and the people are screaming in the audience, I'm in the back crying because, and for their parents to come to me and say, what did you do to my daughter to make her, to come out? That's it right there. That's
what it's about.
That's what it's about.
And it's more, you're building so much of their confidence. It's my story, man. I mean, I went out, I didn't know what I was doing, and you figure it out when the music stops and it's your show. Every DJ on here knows you are figuring it out. That's the troubleshooting, right? There's not anyone there but you to figure it out. So that's kind of why we bridge from like all the things that you have to think about in advance. How are you going to promote? How are you going to show up? If you're just put a DJ and make some tracks, now what, right? So we have to think about the strategy and the plan behind what we're trying to accomplish. Then we have to test it out. And this has become so much more important, as we do events, but also, in the world, because we have internet. What is your connection? Yeah. What are you using as your broadcast platform? We talked about Mixcloud earlier. That's one, what do you want? What are you trying to do? Are you just trying to be live? Are you trying to have the audio, the visuals? We could probably talk a whole 15 minutes just on the audio quality, because that's the history of electronic music, coming from me being a hip hop and spending like old school East Coast hip hop. It was about the sound, the tone of their voice, old blase, Old Common, Black Eyed Peas, pre-Fergie, some of that stuff, Slick Rick. I mean, it was about what they sounded like on vinyl. And so your audio quality is really important, and visuals. I think the game of this new digital broadcast and OBS and the scene has made us think, now you got to be a visual expert, you got to be a technology expert, and you've got to test it. Test it.
Daryl, you can tap in on that. Oh my God.
And then when you go live, you've got to figure out, how are you going to monitor it? So when you go live, are you looking on your phone to make sure it's showing up the way you want it to show up? How are you interacting with fans? If you are, like, Are you, I'm not going to say
I'm
taking
watching this
requests.
on 3
but-
computers, okay? I'm watching us and I'm watching 3 computers to make sure. Right.
Exactly. Like you're monitoring the situation because you can't really stop in a DJ set and be like, can y'all hear me? Hey, is this thing on, you know? And how do you capture it? Do you want to record it? Maybe you do. Maybe you want to record that set and put it back up. And I've had some DJs tell me they've been spinning their own tracks and they've been cut off for copyright. They're like,
know.
it was my track.
I'm
like,
one of them.
I know.
I'm one of them. I'm like, it's crazy. We got
You're like-
muted doing one of the things here. The track that you hear, it's like my track.
You're like, wait, I'm cut off from my music because we haven't figured it out. So we need technologists in the industry creating technology as well. And that's why I appreciate like Super Dre, who's in the scene, a tech diva as well, and the roots of tech divas, because you could take these skills and passions into the world and make that high dollar career money too, and then do it as a passion, which I am just strictly a passion DJ at this moment.
But you never forget.
Yeah, you never forget.
You never forget. It's just that feeling.
Yep. And then, of course, troubleshooting. This is a really important one that we have in technology. The physical layer, meaning are your cables plugged in right? Like sometimes we want to stop, like something's not working and you're searching for your monitor, or you're searching for something. Is it plugged in right? Is always the greatest place to start. And that is totally a lesson from networking. I've been at Cisco for like 15 years. And, you know, if you got to check the physical layer. Am I plugged in? Is the mic switch on? You know, basics. And
Basics.
then a process of elimination. So when you're trying to troubleshoot through something, okay, could it be this? No. Could it be this? And you almost follow some kind of logical chain on where you're at to figure out where the problem is. And maybe you have a plan B. Maybe you were going to use one type of broadcasting system. When you're testing, you start with that plan B and you have it as a backup plan. Because again, if you're getting paid or it's your time to shine and your music stops, you might want to be able to have a plan B or maybe some assistance there, understand who your assistance is so you can get a lifeline in.
I have a quick, a short little story. You know, okay, so now we come from records and then there's CDs and now, you know, CDJs and now playing on Serato and stuff. I had 2 CDJs. And Lord forbid one of the CD players stopped working. It's kind of like, what? So thank God someone told me about instant doubles where you can put it on one side, throw the track on and keep going. If you didn't know that, and one side going, you got the people ready for you to get it on.
Yeah.
Does anyone hear that?
I mean, I've been at when I did play, I played a ton of house parties and I know how many times we would just drive to someone's house and pick up a speaker because we blew a speaker. Like, oh my God, we need a speaker. Just texting people, or I guess at the time, maybe paging people. Shit, it was so long ago. But you make it happen. That's part of what empowers you though. Failure is key to success because when you fail, you learn and you can't get hard on yourself. You need to be positive and take it as a lesson and improve. And that's the last part. What can you improve?
That's a great quote. Failure is your key to success.
It is. And too often we're so adverse to, and feedback is a gift. Not the kind of feedback like musical feedback, but the regular kind of feedback. Like, wait, no, that's not a gift. But, you know, feedback is a gift, and that's what we can give each other. Not great set. How about great set? I loved it when you transitioned into that beat. I just really felt it, and it really elevated my vibration. And like the songs that you picked was just really a groove, and I just saw everyone getting into it. That's better than great show. So as DJs, as women, we could support each other by giving each other feedback. But then you could say, hey, maybe next time you try adding this cool hardware that I just got, or trying this new synthesizer. And so you can give all sides of feedback. And a great tip on improvement as well is looking at after a show, like say after this event, we look at and we make 3 columns. What do we need to start doing? What could we stop doing? And what do we need to continue doing from this show? So maybe we say, hey, we need to start promoting earlier, or we need to stop, you know, something we need to stop doing. We need to stop something. Like after every show, after every DJ, you're like, I need to stop. I don't know. I can't think of a good one right now. Long day. Or what can you continue
that's very,
doing?
Very good information. Keep talking about that. It is, many of these things, I practice them. It's good to reiterate them for maybe those that don't practice, and it's good for those that maybe practice them to be reminded.
Yes. And that's when you can calibrate and test some more. And this is
That's
exactly
right,
what we do in technology.
Yeah.
This is what we do. We say, here's what we're planning to do. Let's try it out. Let's go live. Let's troubleshoot it. And let's have a plan B. And then let's see what we can do better each and every time. And I do some success coaching. So I'll flip over to my last point here on setting some goals, because as we go get our dreams, as we become better DJs, as we become better mothers, better sisters, better friends, in life, we have several areas of goals. And if you write them down, you're more than 50% likely to get it done. Sharing them with each other, it being Women in Business Day, sharing it and saying, hey, I really want to play out on this virtual platform and grow my audience this year. Can you support me? Well, guess what? You're going to support them because they just shared your goal with you.
Okay.
And carrying them around, yeah, take a picture. This is some keys to success that I found, and I coach on success. I'm a certified success coach. In fact, I got a showcase. I had a book that dropped today. This just came in my mail, and I'm on the cover. What up?
Look at that.
Pillars of Success.
How do we get it? Tell the people how to get
it. Follow me on social, Tech Diva Success. We got a full launch coming. This is the secret. This was the palette that arrived at my house today, but I talk about empowering women in the field of technology. And I give a lot of these tips for all women out there. Just had to show, I haven't even shown anyone. I just opened the box before this. But when you make goals, I'll give you, you'll get a copy. I got you a signed copy coming. Don't worry.
Okay.
When you make goals, make sure they're specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time bound. So an example
Repeat that one more time. I want people to hear that.
They need to be SMART goals. So that's the acronym SMART. They need to be specific. I will DJ every week and grow my audience to 10,000 by January 1st, 2022. Wait, what year are we? 2021.
We lost 2020, okay?
Yeah, 2020 is gone, so I forget, but it's specific. Like, I want to broadcast weekly to grow an audience of 10,000 people. That's measurable. So you have something specific, you have something measurable, you have something that is attainable, right? It has to be a little bit real. Relevant, right? Like if I said, I want to go play in the circus 100 times this year in Germany, and I've never, like, that's kind of out there, right? It's not really relevant. And time bound. So again, putting the time on it, your mind will actually start to work towards that time. Okay. And so that's why I say by January 1st, 2021, right? Then you say, okay, I'm going to do these by this time. I will make $10,000 from producing music by creating one track a month over the next 6 months and sending out one sample a week or sending out my Mixcloud link or whatever it may be. So this SMART goals, this idea of SMART goals, and us not saying, I want to be a millionaire, I want to make it in the business. That doesn't get you anywhere. It's going to give you motivation. It's good to say, but when we start having these SMART goals that are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time bound, if you really have those and you imagine them, you imagine what it would be like to hold this book in your hand, which is part of a goal I had. And the last piece I'll say here, and this is pretty much all I got for you, is to master the technology you need to achieve them. I talk a lot about mastering the technology you need. What does that mean? We could spend, I think, 5 years consuming just straight what's on Netflix right now, listening to music that's out there, watching YouTube videos, reading stuff on the internet. If you take your goals and you take the time that you're spending on scrolling, on texting, on swipe left, swipe right, whatever it is.
Swipe up.
You know, you have to master the technology you need to achieve those goals. So if your goals is to play live, then you need to see what other people are doing to play live. Who's successful? What channels are they on? How quality is their production? You know, on Twitch, this one channel, wow, they've really got it working. And maybe we can learn things from the gamer world, which is what I'm learning.
Yeah.
As a lot of DJs come online, because these gamers, they look great, their voice is great, they're talking to each other. You know, we just got to up the element of audio. But how do you master the technology you need to achieve them? So don't waste your time. And so from this, I just want to leave, I guess, with this, that anyone listening, anyone watching the replay, I'll challenge myself to do it. You know, set your life on fire. Let's do this. Let's get one goal. Write it down right now. Write down something you're going to achieve and ask yourself if it has those smart features to it, and seek those that fan your flames. Shake the haters off. That's something you don't need. You know, you don't need feedback is different. There's a difference between feedback and haters. Some people just thrive on only negative things. Find those that fan the flames and make you burn brighter than ever before. And, you know, that was kind of what I had, again, coming from a different angle, and just honored to have been part of this amazing event, and encourage donating to Spin Inc. I want to throw that out there. That's what this is about. Helping young youth, especially young women, grow their confidence and change the world of music for Detroit and the world.
And our Stace, may I say something?
I suppose so. You're the ED.
This was a dynamic presentation.
May we see you, please, sir? This is a virtual. You know, we talk on the phone voices, but
Yes.
you're going to bring that face in here. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I am full of smiles because this was a dynamic presentation. And I'd like to thank Splice, which was one of our sponsors that actually helped us go to the NAMM conference. And the outline that you just displayed is some of the things that nonprofits had to learn as far as being smart. And that is something that can make our goals more obtainable when we set out to do something, especially something like this. This was a great undertaking, and we did have to learn things as we go, because there was a growing process going into a new platform that we have to master. And every day we're getting better. We're learning from our mistakes, and we will achieve success from this. And I'm really thankful that you came on. Thank you, Stacy, for having her. This is a very dynamic presentation, very dynamic. I'm very thankful to have you.
Thank you.
Grateful to all of you. One love. Keep the music. Keep spinning up that success, and keep making wonderful, badass music in Detroit. We can't live without it, so we need you to get online, and so we can keep listening, even if we can't be here.
And the crazy part about it, me and Nicole met in Guitar Center, and we had a discussion, and we started talking. And she told me she was a DJ. Automatically, we linked.
Your beam went out, right?
And then she
Get a
told
little
me
bit more
that
light on your face, Mr. ED, because I mean, you know, I know that the smile is great, but
the lighting in this.
You have to.
I'm in the bubble. I'm in the production room, and my
know,
lighting.
But, see, like but because of who you are, we have to see it.
And it's not about me. It's just about the
I
conversation.
understand that.
But
I understand that's just part of the presentation. Besides looking at a shadow. That's all.
I'm in the production room, so the lighting is kind of bad in here. So you have to bear with me. I apologize. And this is part of the learning curve, where we have to know how to do the lighting.
Exactly. Like I opened my shades. I wanted to make sure I could be seen. Not that I, you know, it wasn't like that, but I purposely, and I learned that through doing this here and with someone else, and they were just saying part of your presentation because they want to know you, and especially if you're selling something or it could be selling the idea, whatever that is.
Thank you.
We want people to look back at this. We want to know. We want to see you.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Is this a little bit better?
Troubleshooting. Look at that light. We got some troubleshooting.
We got some, you know. So
is this a little bit better?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got half side of the. Hey, Satori would tear you up on there for that, because she's like, no, you ain't a light in sight. You see, she taught us all these things to make us really tight when we're streaming and doing things.
Let's see, I got my tech guy.
Like if you're on stage, there you go.
Is this my best side?
Yeah,
okay.
There you go. That's how you do it. So that's
always
why
face the
I'm
light.
hearing myself.
Always face the light. Face a window. Face the light.
Yep. And so I have to keep looking in the camera here because I'm looking up at the computer and I see myself doing like this here, and like, you don't talk to me. Look at, you know, that's not how you talk to people. You talk to them.
Right.
You know, Like
Yes,
like
and
right
it's
there.
and it's also because the environment. We're in a production lab, and my partner here just helped me with the lighting, so
That's it.
part of the tech
Yeah.
work. But back to what we were
But
saying.
he has to because he just a green light man. He always in the dark and green light me.
Right.
Not your partner. He's a student. He's my partner. Ah.
Okay. Yes, indeed. But this is a good conversation,
Yeah.
and I don't want to go over time. But thank you. Thank you for this
Yes.
presentation.
Thank you all. I'm going to keep watching from the other side. Peace
Thank
and
you.
keep up the great event. Thanks again for having me. One love.
All right.
Thank you.
Eject.
Thank you. Good
Okay.
job.
So I see. Speaking of techno, we have another techno chick in the room. Hey there.
Hey there, Stacy. How's it going today?
Oh, very good. See how the lighting on you? It's great. Look at it. See,
I've done this a couple times.
done a couple times. It's like, hey, we want to see you. We want to see
Yeah,
you, and
yeah.
it's great.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
beautiful. How was your day today?
Wonderful. And that last presentation, can I just say it's everything. I co-sign everything that Nicole has to say. That was an awesome presentation.
Wasn't that awesome?
With goal setting, with getting the technology right. Awesome.
Just, oh my God, yeah, that was just awesome. I enjoyed that so much. I was taking notes, and just all of that, and I said, and I just, I'm very happy. I just want to, congratulate all that have stepped up and to do this with us here at DMAC and Spinning. We've been acquaintances and friends for a while too, and Angie's my booking agent, and
Yes.
and
So holler.
and she she keeps me in order. I get a text this morning like, and I did take care of that, ma'am. I did.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I like that. We need that. That's back to the support, and especially as women, and to keep the ball turning. I did ask her. I said, let me speak with you tomorrow because I am moderating something today, and I just, I want to, I want.
That's a lot. That's a lot of.
I want to give my full divided attention, and I'll tell you other things that happen out of that to make us both happy and stuff. So
Excellent. Wonderful.
let's just continue. So I knew you as Techno Chick, a graphic artist. Were you ever a graphic artist?
Yes. So Tom and I still do everything. We do everything in house for our label. Everything from web design, graphic design, production, broadcast. Everything is done in house.
So how did you get started? Let's go back in the beginning. Were you doing this, or were you Techno Diva before you met Tom?
Before I met Tom, so I was involved in the techno scene, and the ever since high school. Would sneak out. I'd go to Menjo's. I'd go to Backstreet. Like I was sneaking in. Don't tell any of those venues, please. But so the dance music and the culture and just being around people that just loved unconditionally because you liked the same kind of beat and the music and everything. It really got me into that. That was, oh my gosh, that was mid 90s. And then I started going out more to just straight underground electronic events in the late 90s. And then that led all of us in Detroit Techno Militia. We were going to events, throwing events then, and decided to formalize it. So I've always been technically inclined. I can probably build a computer from the ground up, and that's just out of sport.
Okay.
But it lent itself to being very self-sufficient for us. So we just, we did everything in-house. There was at one point we were doing pretty much any electronic music artist that had a website in the early to mid 2000s. We were doing all of those websites, every single one. But I've been Techno Chick. It was just an online nickname, and I stuck with it. And it's my email, it's my online persona.
Yeah, who told me to get in touch with you? This is years ago. I said, call Techno Chick, and whatever he gave me I'm like, Techno Chick? Who is that? What is that? Felton Howard. Do you know Felton?
Yes, Felton is family to me. Felton is awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. I've known Felton for decades now.
He would always talk to me about Techno Chick. I'm like, who is that? What are you talking about? You know, and little did I know that was you. And I didn't know that until you told me. I said, what's your email? So you said Techno Chick. I went, you mean that's you?
It connected. Yeah, it all connected.
Oh, so that was great. So you're telling me that you would hit the clubs in the mid 90s. And so before Techno Militia actually formed, and so how did you come up with that? And how did you make that happen? So was it like 4 of you going out or
Sure.
two,
So
or
there were a lot of us. I'm gonna say 11 or so, but the core people, Tom, Darkcube, and I, we were very close, and we brought everyone else into the fold. We were just kind of at a point where, to us, like Detroit music was getting sort of bombarded with all this outside forces, and we wanted to represent Detroit music, and that's what we grew up on. That's what we loved, and we wanted to just sort of promote that more. So we wanted to kind of come up with a name that both talked about Detroit and techno. And then the militia part just was like that anti-commercial music stance. So that's kind of where I had this epiphany one day, and I just turned to Tom. I'm like, hey, Tom, if I start a DJ crew and called it this, would you be one of my DJs? And he said, yeah, sure. And he created a logo, and so we were like, this is an awesome idea. So we created a logo, and we called everyone that we had been doing events with, and asked them if they wanted to be a part of this, because the whole theme of Detroit Techno Militia, it's not just one person, it's not just one DJ or crew. It like any person that is there supporting, they feel like that they're a part of this movement, and they're just more people that want to represent Detroit music and share that around the world. So that's been our ultimate goal. And we've made it a point to make sure every person felt like that they were part of this as well.
Well, you've done a successful job in that. They feel
Thank you.
What do you call it? What does the Borg do?
Assimilate. Yes,
Assimilate.
we've assimilated everyone.
You've been assimilated. I know you would know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Like the Borg, we assimilate you, become one.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's anyone in Detroit who doesn't have a Detroit Techno Militia shirt, because I tend to just print them and give them away, and if you don't have them, I feel really terrible.
I don't have one, but I have tons of Techno Militia paraphernalia right here in my lab.
Okay, good.
I just do. So now I want a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Just back to you.
All right, you got it.
Who's Techno Militia?
Priority.
Like it's a lot of people.
There are a lot of people.
How many
There's
would you
13
say?
currently.
When I look
There's
at
13.
I look at our pictures. Here, this is I didn't plan to do this, but I can do this because it just happened to be here. It's one of my let's see if it would come up. Okay. Oh no, this is at random.
I can go through the individuals that we have.
I'm just showing you a picture, and then go through the individuals. I'm just
Sure.
Most of the time when I'm looking at a shot, we have on coats. That's the only reason you can't see how many Techno Militia. Usually when I look at a picture and it's a big group like that, it's like a bunch of Techno Militia, but they're standing out right there.
There's Tom and Bill were there. Felton's there. I mean, everyone's there. Debbie's in the background there. Our boys.
Right.
Calico.
That's why I said they're here.
Everyone. Yeah.
They're here.
You'll find us in all the Charivari photos always.
Because it was just cold, and that's the only reason why we can't see them.
Yep. Oh, that's a good group of people. That is like the best group ever. So I love that. But no, individually, there's over 13 people. It does fluctuate. Obviously, people's life their life events take them down different paths, but we,
Uh-huh.
you know, we always maintain great friendships with the people who are currently active in producing and stuff like that. But, you know, standouts right away in new additions to our family, Steve Crawford, DJ Energy. He's always been one of my top favorite DJs ever, and to have him be sort of part of this collective is just a huge honor for us. And also Walter Howard, Hazmat, incredible live performer.
Oh my God, he was on yesterday. Did you see it?
I did not get an opportunity to tune in yesterday. I apologize. My workday ran crazy long. So
That's okay. He's just one of our people that we honored, and we're showing, and it's possibly for us to see it again. But yes, we actually aired him yesterday. 30 minutes.
yeah, that's he's so good. He I first saw Walter Hazmat play at Dally in the Alley. And he was singing his live vocals through his vocal, whatever that thing is,
Did
the
he
little
put it in his
tube.
mouth
And I was
wow, I don't know what it is either.
absolutely blown away, And one of my favorite people in our crew is, well, there's Tom, of course, but is my best friend, Winetra. So she's our vocalist. So if you hear a lot of our remixes and everything always have female vocals. We've done some Elevator Up and Down, a remix with her on the vocals. She's on, yeah. Oh, we have this awesome acapella where she sings that. We play it over everything. She's done our Beat 'em Up track and some other tracks on our releases, and she started working with other crews, providing vocals as well. She's been my best friend since I was in 9th grade in high school. She was a senior in high school, which is why I was sneaking out to all these places, you know, because she had graduated and I was going to hang. So we were like, Winetra is her name. And she made herself be known at events. She would go to events and she would sing to people at parties and like bring people to tears. So like one of my first memories of going to an underground event and her singing and the whole, like, the room stopped. You would think there was nothing else going on, and she was singing. She was singing Dindada, by the way. So
come on, wait a minute.
Swear to
two
God.
songs that you said. Just okay. Let me. I truly understand, and I know what those songs are. And
yes, that and everybody wants to be somebody.
I just want to say this.
Yeah.
How can I'm going to give my rendition, and then just for people to try to get in my mind, like what just happened. How in the world can you sing?
Oh, you and that.
What?
She can do it. I swear to God. That and everybody wants to be somebody. She like did a live remix right there.
Okay, I want all the tracks.
I know. I'll make sure that you have all the tracks that she's on. Winnie's awesome. She, like I said, she's been my best friend since 9th grade. We've done everything together our whole entire lives. She's my daughter's fairy godmother, as they call her.
Fairy godmother. I love it.
Yes, she's not just the godmother. She is their fairy godmother.
Does she put the money under the pillow for the two?
She spreads the glitter and happiness and joy everywhere. So I love it. Yeah. So if you don't know Winetra, you will definitely have to meet her. She is incredible, but these are some, you know, like just bringing her into the fold with the crew. Now I'm not outnumbered by men. And I really wish we had more women. Yes. I want more women.
I was going to go there next. This is why the spinning DMAC has from the beginning of this decided to have a Women in Business Music Day. Always.
I love it.
And
I love it.
I'm a little weird. It's okay because I don't want to be, it's what it is, but I don't want to be separated by that. I want to be separated, or not separated, but It's not women, it's just kicking the butt. It's just men, or not differentiated like that. You know what I mean?
No,
It's kinda-
I totally get what you mean. I get what you mean.
know?
You want to be at the top of your game, not just the top of the female DJ game.
You know,
You're like,
right.
no, I'm gonna run this whole thing. So
Yeah, you know, that's kind of, you know, like my entire life. And so you're pretty good for
yeah.
a female DJ. That gets my goat,
Oh,
you know.
I would flip their decks right then and there.
You know, but in all honesty, because of life, they don't know any better. They don't mean any harm. They just don't understand. And you know, it's
Yeah.
just how it is. You can't change that. So I always massage it. And two of the ways that I've done it recently in the last 5 years, creating geometry last year. Okay.
Love it.
And
Yeah.
you know, if you say women's festivals, like, no, it's not. But it's primarily women with a splash of men, as most festivals are primarily men with a splash of women.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I
that's why I
love
just
it.
called it geometry. And so it could be out. And another time during movement, I had a party, and this just made my day. People still talking about it and still fussing it. I don't care. I said I wanted to have a party called Dick.
Yes, do it.
Just Dick. And I did it. And the flyer was the shape of a penis. And it was all females DJing. We didn't have to say it. You don't have to say
Hey,
all female lineup. It's just you look
I
at it
mean,
and say they're
there's-
just DJs, and they just happen to be female. So that was my
Yeah,
little stick
exactly.
it in. You know what I mean? No,
I love it. I love it.
so I
Yeah,
was doing
keep
that
it
dinner
up.
one. It was really successful. You know, we had, you know, and I mean, hell of a lineup. I mean, we were going. It was bananas. It was bananas.
Yeah.
It's going. We went all day. We went from 3 to 3. You know, those movement parties don't stop.
Yeah. You don't, and we'll give those kids a run for their money any day.
Anytime. And so the flyers
Anytime.
were stickers, and so we take the stickers and put them on. You know, so it's great. But anyway, back to, you know, that's the.
No, I love it, and I wish there were more, not just female oriented events, but just like more gender equality in events.
Equality. There you go.
So
I like
yes,
that.
like
Gender
we're not
equality.
asking to just run it, but we, you know, like I want to see more women playing, but how do we bring more women up in the scene, and how do we help empower them? Because there is a lot of competitive feelings, and if you've ever met me, there's like not one competitive or like mean spirited bone in me. So I want to help people like come into the fold. And there's, you know, I've had a lot of friends approach me with their younger sons, and they're like, well, they're interested, they want to learn about this, but there's not younger girls who are really understanding or sort of into that thing. And what do we do to sort of shift gears on that? How are you guys, what do you see happening with SpinZinc and DEMC with getting more women into the program? Do you see it being equal, men and women, or girls and boys, or like, how do we get more girls to be a part of this?
One of the things exposure, and one of the things that helped with Spinnick hiring me to be one of the instructors. Many times we'd have classes, and I look up and I would have all females. And I think because I was the instructor is why that happened. And
I love it.
And that would make me happy. But I always emphasize that I'm not going to be mad if you're a man. You know, when you want to learn, I'm not.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not a separatist like that. I'm just like, you know, and so, you know, I end up, you know, the men come to, you know, the young cats, but I do see that as I clearly saw that, you know, at several classes. I'm looking like, because I never know who registered till I go to class and go like, oh, you know, this in here,
Yeah.
you know, to have all women or mostly women come in there and do that. And so maybe because they saw my face or knew I was doing it, and, you know, they've been able to relate. So, and we can continue to do that.
Amazing.
You know, when some of the younger high-strung guys come and decide they want to be in, someday they be, and not that I can't handle them, but I choose not to. And I'm like, Jungle, because
you have yourself a student.
yeah, I said I'm too serious with my craft. I don't feel like having to get over his testosterone BS. And that's it.
Right.
I just I just want to get to the business. And usually that's what I find is the situation when, that arises. That's what happens. But
no, that's good. That's good.
It's a place for everyone,
Good.
So
well, I want to see more girls be interested in, especially in the music production side too. Like, I really feel there's a lack of female producers, a significant lack of female producers, and it's something that is that can be more accessible. I talk a lot with my board, the Detroit Berlin Connection Board, and how do we sort of cultivate things, and how can we help push more of the history and education to inspire young girls to see, all the fantastic and amazing artists that are doing stuff in Detroit right now, and how they can relate to that, and how they can, have dreams and aspirations just like that, and how can we help make that happen?
And well, we're doing it. I have a young student. Her name is Maddie. She calls herself DJ Z Detroit. Yeah, and I had her from age 11, I think. She'll be 17 this year. She did her first gig about a month ago, and actually got a paycheck.
Oh, I love it.
And I teaching her production, so with the COVID, so it's taught me how to teach online. And
okay.
We are faithfully in our classes for 2 hours every other week, and I'm so
Beautiful.
proud of her. I'm so proud of her.
Oh,
So she got
that's
her first gig.
amazing.
Of course, it was on Zoom, and I was one of those crazy busy days for me, but I had her up and I was watching, and and actually she opened up at when I had Geometry. She was the DJ, so that was her first gig that I gave
love
her.
it.
So provided a platform for her to say, hey, you can get to say that you opened up for a festival. And we had some hot shots on the ticket, but you were there to open up. And her family and
I
her
love
husband
it.
was all during the day. So yeah, that's they're just coming. And all they have to do is just show an interest and not be deterred and want to do, and that's it. And so that's when you'll get like 230% from me. You want to learn, then I'm gonna really go at it and never come to me, I got to do this because I want to. I have zero patience for that. Zero. I'm like, we don't have to do this. We can. I'm not fixing to force technology down your throat.
Right.
That's I got enough geeky friends where we like to eat it regularly, and it's okay.
Yeah.
So, but I find
I love it.
So they're out there, and hopefully, if they see this and listen to it,
I hope they're listening.
They're listening to get in touch with us. Get in touch. How do people get in touch with you, Angie?
Technochick@gmail.com, of course. Or through the DetroitTechnoMilitia.com website. I run all of our social media, so anything that they're reaching us on Facebook, Detroit Techno Militia on Facebook, Instagram, and Techno Militia on Twitter. But the one thing that I want to touch on that you had mentioned is getting discouraged and coming into sort of a male-dominated industry, which is what this is, and just kind of boldly going into it. I mean, you have to push aside any sort of self-conscious feeling about that, because once you sort of assert yourself, which is what you have to do, if you are sort of meek, oh, I'm so sorry, that's not going to cut it.
No.
I mean, this isn't the music industry. It is kind of take no prisoners. It is not for the faint of heart. It is for someone who's going to come in and boldly know what they want.
Yep.
And the more you push boundaries and the more people are talking about what you're doing, positive or negative, never read the comments anyway. That just means you're doing the right thing. You're doing something that's different and out of their comfort zone. They've been fine with something. And so here comes someone new and they're trying something. So for women, I know that can be sort of it deters them from doing, making bold moves, but that's what it's all about. It's coming in, putting your foot forward and saying, I'm doing this. I'm not asking you. I'm doing it.
I like that. Not may I do
that's
this.
kind of how I live my life. I'm not
I'm
asking
doing
you
this.
if I can do this. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
You know, push back for, you know, being a woman who's throwing events. I get pushback from a woman who is running, as a woman who's running a record label and things like that, you know. Oh, you can't do this, or, you know, there's going to be so many naysayers out there. But for me, just, I shut it out. You know, this is my personal goal. This is what I want to do. And it goes back to what Nicole said. I have my goals written down. I know exactly what I want to do, what's coming up for us in the next year and things like that, because I set my mind to it. And yes,
you got the year plan?
I do write I have my year goals.
Your goals. Okay. I'm like,
yeah.
You know, that,
yeah.
I just say that just because of this stick that's been thrown into our life. Like, I'm like,
my year plans are kind of messed up, actually.
Oh yeah.
I've never spent this much time, but I've tried to make lemonade out of the lemons that we've been thrown. We've been live streaming. We've really been trying to push the technology side of being home. We've had I love the live streams, actually. And what happens is, while I'm running the technology in the back end of the show, I'm also being social with our fans and friends and everyone who's been on, you know, joined to support that show, having conversations and actually enjoying our time being online together. So they're not just tuning in to watch just a DJ set. That's the added bonus of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
But they're getting the social interaction. So we tried to maintain being social through live streams and stuff like that. And we felt that, and I know there's a lot of different feelings on, you know, getting paid for it and not. So we took this opportunity as something to give back to our community. Like, you know, with Tom not traveling and working and doing things like that, I get to have the luxury of working from home. So we wanted to do something to give back to our fans and friends who are all going through it. And the only time, especially when the pandemic first started, the only time I really felt like, okay, everything is going to be okay. We're all going to get through this together. We're all in this together, is when we were live streaming and chatting and talking with people. And, you know, honestly, like, I think music is what has gotten us through this whole thing, this whole lockdown, honestly. And all the brilliant work, like you're streaming all the time. Tom likes to stream all the time. I mean, all over the world, people are just sort of looking to Detroit and seeing what we're doing, and all eyes are on you now because you have a captive audience.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. They go anywhere. You know, that's the the other upside is that, you know, people still go out, not necessarily, well, not up in clubs or any big events. I hear they had Tigers opening day and nobody could go into Comerica Park. What kind of opening day is that? But anyway,
right?
So that leaves us stuck to our phones and our computers and stuff like that. And Lord knows it overloads the bandwidth.
Yeah.
You know, we go to fighting through that to, you know, to make things happen. But that gives opportunity for them to maybe watch whatever you're presenting and doing stuff on a consistent basis and be online that, you know, you're apt to have a audience. Whereas if we were gone from home, we would not see it. We're not gonna,
right. And we,
you know, we just wouldn't, you know.
Well, we say, Tom and I have had this conversation a lot. Like, this pandemic has set everyone back to the same starting line.
Yeah.
Like, there were people that were sort of breaking away and you know, leading the pack and doing all this, but now we're all back at square one. Every single person has the same exact opportunity to be just as successful. And how motivated are you going to be to go out there and get it? So now, with people being at home, make sure that you're setting up your live stream. Again, have your technology right. and
Oh
and
my
get
God.
your face in front of people now. That's it.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes. You know, something else I wanted to kind of touch on. I forgot to touch on with the rest of the ladies, and maybe I'll tuck him. I know Divinity is in the house. We're going to see her coming up in a moment. Um, as women, before we go out, we have to do more things than men besides cleaning.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the makeup, the jewelry, you know, the extra things we have to do to be. I mean, we don't buy it. And I find that we got to do it to get in front of the camera too. So if you,
Yeah.
you know, where the guys just come on like, hey, I'm on, and you know, and throw on the shirt and the hat, and that's it. I
Yeah.
have to go
Yeah.
get dressed and not to, you know, because
You can't come
like,
looking
"Oh,
hit up. You don't want to look hit up, getting
gonna
on the
be hit up.
camera or getting, yeah,
see.
exactly. No.
You got to go through it, you know. So like I just find that, you know, because it was forever before I could get my nails done, you know, because we were locked in and you couldn't even go get them done. And it's not that I
Yeah.
was, you know, wanted it for the glamour. I needed it for the maintenance.
Yeah, just the maintenance. I literally ran in from getting my hair cut here. My hair was down to here.
See,
I'm like, no, it's gotta go. It's gotta go.
you
I'm
know,
gonna be
just-
on camera.
It's sort of right, you know, to prepare for that. So let's
Yeah.
look at that. Oh, you know, so that's something that's very different for women. You know, come on camera, that we still have to take that same ideology. So like if we're, you know, leaving the street, and not that you're trying to be awful, but you just can't be. Well, you can be natural, but
You can.
you know, come
Yeah,
on,
you
you don't
can.
want nobody saying you look like a frumpy.
So I mean that brings us to a really good topic is being considered good based on your look. Like is that just something, is that a factor? There's so many DJs where they'll tell me, oh my God, she's so good, this is amazing, and I watch it and it's just like some person twirling around behind the decks in like a string bikini, and I'm like, are you listening to what they're playing, or are you doing that? So I want women to
You
stop
just
selling
killed me,
themselves
Dad.
short.
Thank you. Please say that again.
I know. I'm like seriously. I'm like, are you even listening to this right now, or are you just enjoying the show because, you know, like? But I want women to stop thinking that they have to look a certain way or act a certain way. You don't have to sit back there and dance like you are, you know, about to strip or something, just to blend the next record. Like,
because they're not hearing you anyway. They're looking at you.
I know, but if at least you got them looking at you, mix the record the right way. Play something solid. Like, quit with the garbage. Quit with, you know, just being a commodity at that point. So at that point, you're just a commodity, and I really think it really, that's something that is detrimental to women in music is just being a piece of meat. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there might be people that it works for, but I've not seen one person behind the decks dancing around, mixing one record every 10 minutes who I would consider anywhere within any of my contemporary friends and like artists. I mean, I think we're just spoiled here in Detroit because everyone is so solid. Like, you can't squeak by just by doing that.
School and records.
I do.
You come from
I
the
got
real
the
school
best
and
education
records,
ever.
So, you know, our digital DJs that, you know, that's all. I want to thank
Yeah,
you.
so
once again.
I'm happy to be here. I'm sorry I went long. I'm sorry, Divinity.
Oh, that's okay. It's all right. You know, you know what? We're online. It's virtual. It's not like we have to get out of the building.
Yeah, good. I'm sorry.
That's just kind of a cool thing. You know, it's like, hey, you don't have to. So I will be in touch with you. I appreciate you. On behalf of SPINIG, Detroit Electronic Music Conference, Charivari Detroit. We all love you. You know that, don't you?
Oh, I love all of you guys too. You guys you're my family. Like, my childhood was wild, and this is the first constant in my entire life, and I just love every single one of you. So thank you for everyone that tuned in to listen.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Until
I'll
next
talk
time.
to you guys soon.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Now it's time for a commercial break, and we're going to let it rip. Tech team, let the commercial rip. Let's go.
Charivari, Detroit Online.
What up, kid? I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money, baby. You know what I mean?
What's up, world? This is Des Andres. Y'all make sure to tune in to DMAC 2020 Charivari, Detroit Online.
What up, kid? I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money, baby. You know what I mean?
What's up, world? This is Des Andres. Y'all make sure to tune in to DMAC 2020 Charivari, Detroit Online.
What up, kid? I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money, baby. You know what I mean?
What up, though? This is your man, Nick Speed, straight from Detroit, Michigan. We right here, man, representing for Spinning, Charivari, and DMAC. Make sure you don't miss it, man. July 28th and August 2nd. Be there. Don't miss it. What up, though? This is your man, Nick Speed, straight from Detroit, Michigan. We right here, man, representing for Spinning, Charivari, and DMAC. Make sure you don't miss it, man. July 28th and August 2nd. Be there. Don't miss it.
Take a look.
from Soyland Invitations.
Well, there. Okay. I don't have. Would you let Divinity's mic out, please? I did. Did somebody take my rights away? I'm so sure. Would you give them back, please? Whoever over there messing with the stuff. Hey, Divinity.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Huh? Oh, yes, we hear you.
Okay, good.
Nice
Very good.
and clear. Nice and
Cool.
clear.
Very
It's
good.
good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm glad.
So, yeah, the Detroit's on Divinity, vocalist, and she wears many hats. Another lady in the business, and not mistaken, was that one of your videos that you were most fond of, or that experience? Let's start there and talk about that.
That is one of the performances I'm proud of. That was a performance I did in Japan with, I see people talking about the band. The band is Root Soul. That concert was in Japan, and we performed live a song that I had recorded with them. And it's a cover song, actually. It's called Take a Look at Yourself. By Eddie Russ, I think is the name of the original artist. But all of my trips to Japan are experiences to remember.
Really?
Yes.
So tell I haven't had the pleasure to be in Japan. So tell us why it's here in Detroit, why going to Japan was special for you, since all of them were. So you can clump it up into a 30-second.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Well, I just, it was a wonderful experience to experience another culture. And then, when you do have the experience of traveling out of town and you know how well you are treated as an artist. Japan goes above and beyond that. They treat you like royalty. Like, I give respect and I'm loved everywhere I go, but Japan is really a different animal with the level of being taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah.
They respect
Seen
the
after.
artist.
Yeah, seen after. Like you're not left to fend for yourself on anything. I had a translator. I had somebody who was with me at all times. So she would give you my schedule and I'll meet you in the lobby at this time and we're gonna go to lunch. And would you like this or would you like that? Okay, let me translate the menu. Okay, this is how we do things in Japan. Just, it was like a real experience. And I loved every minute of it.
So they didn't treat you the same way in Italy?
Oh, baby, Italy story is a horse of a different color. Let me talk about that for a second.
Okay, I want to hear it. Let's talk.
So this is a lesson that I learned. So I went to Italy to perform a live gig, and they were really able to send over myself. I had Piranha on guitar, and I had a drummer that they paid for all of us to come to Italy for this festival. And there was a keyboard player that we knew from here. His name is Kelvin Scholar, and he was living in Italy at the time when he was living somewhere in Europe at the time. But when we told him we were coming for this festival, he was able to make arrangements to take a train down to meet us to do the gig. So it was wonderful. We did this live gig. It was great. They really took good care of us while we were there. The day comes for us to leave, and we're not getting a lot of details about what time we're pulling out. What time do we have to be at the airport? What's the because we're in Calabria, which is way down at the heel of the boot almost, or near at the tip of the boot. So it's a long way.
Huh?
It looked like the old scenes in The Godfather when they went back to Corleone or whatever the name of the town.
That's my favorite. The Godfather is my favorite movie.
Mine too. Okay. The scene, it was that rustic, it was that rural, it looked just like that. But anyway, long story short, they ended up putting us on like a Greyhound bus. They gave us, I want to say they gave us sandwiches.
Or a donkey.
We might as well have been on a donkey because way down south, and we had to take this bus to Rome. It was several hours up in mountains. On this bus, we don't speak Italian. It's just Piranha, myself, and the drummer. And I was just mortified. And there was no provisions for us of what we were supposed to do when we got to the bus station. What were we supposed to do until our flight left? How were we supposed to get to the airport? None of that. We had to just kind of fill in the blank.
Conditioning in the bus?
Yes, I believe there was.
Okay.
But I was just petrified. We're up in these mountains. It's a 1-lane highway. It was a mess. So from that experience, I learned to make sure that all logistics are in place. But that was like one of my first international gigs. I didn't really know better. Now I know better.
You know, to make sure what's in your rider.
Yes.
Is for them to do. That has to be so. But so being in Japan, the hospitality is just a given.
Yes, without saying, like, it was just wonderful. They really treat you like you are royalty. And big shout out to Shuya Okino, who is who I've worked with numerous projects in Japan. He's just a class act all the way around, so that helped too.
Oh, that's great. That's great. So yeah, I had to open up that because that was killer. That was killer. So let's start at the beginning of your career. Let's see. And first of all, as a little girl, did you decide you wanted to be a singer?
Yes and no. I've always been musically inclined. All of my family is musically inclined. I'm the youngest of, there were 6 children in my family.
Okay.
And my parents felt that a musical background was very important. So all of us grew up playing an instrument. The instrument they decided for me to play was violin. So I am also a classic violinist. I
Oh, you
played.
read.
I do read. I have
Okay.
played in the Detroit Symphony Civic Orchestra. I've played in the Metropolitan Youth Symphony of Detroit. Yeah. So music, but not necessarily a singer. I just knew I didn't want to play the violin. I was made to play the violin. And so I always would say, you know, if I had a choice for an instrument, I wanted to play flute. But if I had a choice to do something else, I would want to do voice lessons. So I've always loved music. Yes. And I have always loved to sing, but that wasn't my first career goal.
Okay. Okay. So what instrument do you play now?
Voice.
You play voice, huh?
Yeah. I don't play
couldn't hand
violin
you
anymore.
I couldn't hand you a sheet and you play it on the violin.
You know, I haven't picked up my violin in years, but I feel like it's one of those things that, you know, it's like riding a bike. It would not take me too long to get back in the habit of it. And, you know, it's interesting that you say that. And in this COVID, no nails environment, one never knows. One never knows.
You don't forget.
No, I don't.
And I don't know if you listened to some of the previous presenters here or not, and finding out people that actually play instruments, and you know, starting at the top with Jessica Care Moore, well, you know, we do Black Women Rock, and it's an all Black orchestra.
Yes.
And just and me being involved in how make you step up your game, because you know, many times people come to town and we want Black women to come and perform, and got to be on your game to be able to do that in 25 songs in 2 hours. They're not even your songs, and to learn them, it's like, okay.
Right.
We're crazy.
Yeah.
So, all right. So you came up, and so the girls, so that you had the art, so you learned how to play music, or on an instrument.
Yes.
And so then at age 18, where was your mind? What were your thoughts, and what direction did you go?
18.
It's not that long ago, is it?
It is.
I know. I remember. I know your last birthday.
Yes, I know you do.
I watched it on. Yeah.
We celebrated. It was a milestone. I don't have a problem saying how old I am. I don't mind saying I'm 50, looking like this. I'm good.
That's all right. You're fabulous.
Like 50.
Okay. That's good. So you can think back to 18. But you were on a boat, weren't you?
In 18? At 18?
No, I mean, no. For 50, turning 50.
I was supposed to be performing on the Tampa cruise.
Okay.
Yeah, I was supposed to be performing on the Tampa for my 50th birthday, but of course.
Oh, okay.
COVID.
That's what happened. But you were on a boat the year before. I'm thinking
yes.
That's the year you turned.
Yeah.
And so then you were going to turn 50. You just turned 50 this year then.
Yes.
And you were going to be on a Tambora cruise too.
Yeah. I was performing, and I had looked at the itinerary. I was supposed to be in Puerto Rico for my birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That still may happen. We're going to put that out there, as she talked about strategy and plan, visionaries, make it happen. That's smart.
It will happen. Yes.
And so, all right, let's go back to 18, because I just want to know what you're, up into the day. So at 18.
Well, 18, I don't know exactly. I was probably.
Did you say you want to go to college? Did you say you
just?
Yes,
I did go to college.
Kids?
I did go. Well, yeah, I wanted to do. I wanted a husband, kids, all that kind of stuff. But I did.
But okay. Well,
I did. I grew up seeing that. My parents were married for like 50 some years before my dad passed away. So, but I did go to Wayne State University, and teaching was always something else that I loved to do. So I went to Wayne State, and I got my bachelor degree in elementary education.
Okay.
And I, a few years ago, got my master's also in elementary education.
Oh.
Yeah.
Master education, both things, huh?
Yeah, elementary education. So I have been teaching in Detroit Public Schools this is my 23rd year.
Really?
As a teacher, yes, elementary school.
What grade?
For the past about 7 years, I've taught first grade. Before that, I did a mixture of 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade.
Wow.
Yeah.
The little darlings.
The little sweetie pies.
Have you been at the same school the whole time, or?
No,
you-
I spent about 15 years at one school, and then that was when Detroit went through their first like downsizing and closing
Uh-huh.
schools. So I left that school, went to one school for a year. They closed that school, and then I ended up where I am now, and I've been there for about 7 years.
Okay. You really like it.
I do. It's changing. It's changing. And I wish I could. I still am passionate about the education and you know, being a role model and guide to students, but the politics is starting to wear me.
I really, really, really understand.
Yeah.
I really understand. I teach inside of the system, and yeah, the politics is just the consistent change.
Mhm.
So now let's talk about you a little bit more musically. You said so you decided at the young age you wanted to be an educator.
Mhm.
And so you fulfilled that. And then somehow you became a singer. How did that happen?
I always sang, not really professionally. I went to a all girls private high school in the suburbs. And one of the things that I was able to do
Mercy?
there was Mercy, yes.
Hmm.
I was able to start a gospel choir. Actually, I started a gospel choir at Mercy while here.
Really?
So yeah, singing has always been in me. I actually recorded my first demo when I was in high school, and that was with the one and the only Terrence Parker.
Okay.
I was in high school. We recorded the demo that he produced called "Come Taste My Love." I still remember that song.
Oh my God.
But nothing much came of that. I always loved house music. I always loved dance. Terrence and I were very close. And so I would, you know, he would do DJ parties at my house. He DJ'd my Sweet 16 party. We just were close. And so that was my connection to the music.
Wow.
And then later on is when I met Piranha, and I actually released my first single with him on Minx's label, Women on Wax.
Okay. Okay.
But that was not until 2004.
Okay. What's the name of the track? Tell the people.
Find a Way. That song
Find
is
a
Find
Way,
a
yeah.
Way. That was my first song, and it just like kicked the door down. You know, Piranha and I were tickled about it. We were thrilled. We loved it because, you know, it was something that we had done together, and we just did it because we felt it. But I will never forget going to Lola's one night. And we had just finished doing some recording, and Theo Parrish happened to be there, and Piranha hear the recording of Find a Way, completely mixed, completely unmastered, just raw. And Theo was like, "You all don't know what this is. Like, this is you all don't know this magic. Let me take it with me on tour." So we talked to Minx because it was coming out of her label, and we all agreed that Theo would take it on tour. And Theo took that record around the world with him and played it multiple times a night. And that started like an incredible buzz. He played it at the apartment with a gig he was doing with Danny Krivit. And Danny Krivit like begged him for it. And he was like, "Well, you have to reach out to the artist." So that's how we got connected with Danny Krivit. And that's how we negotiated Danny doing the edit of Find a Way that was released on King Street.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
That's a little tidbit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great little tidbit. See, I didn't know that. That's like
Music history, Detroit house music history. And let me big up a little bit, because Minx really fought to have herself and her label represented right along with King Street and us. Like we wanted to make sure that the Detroit element of that release was not lost because it was picked up on a New York based label, being King Street.
Yes.
So I think to this moment, it's the only release on vinyl on King Street that features two labels. If you have the vinyl, the logo is the King Street logo next to the Women on Wax logo. And she made sure that everybody's name was included. And Piranha's name was right there next to mine, next to Danny Krivit's. Like everybody was equal. So that was a big deal.
You got a copy of the record?
I do.
How many?
I think I still have one. One is all I need.
Huh?
One is all I need.
Well, you know, my name is Hot Wax. See, it's like
I know. I got it on wax.
Wax. No, yeah, that's why I need the wax. I'm trying to get up on.
But yeah, that was in 2004. So that was my first record, and that was where everything started.
That's great. That's great. So What I'd like to talk a lot of music with you, but I understand that you wear many hats.
I do.
And so we know music is one, teaching is one. Tell everyone another hat that you wear.
I created a nonprofit organization called the Little Bit Project. And one of the main things that we do is just spread love and positive energy. So we have little African cards called Little Bit cards that we have distributed throughout the world. Actually, they're on every continent but Antarctica, I like to say. And the nonprofit's been going strong for about 5 years now. So we do things for the community. I have a soft spot in my heart for children and women that are in crisis. So each Christmas we take care of families that would otherwise not have a Christmas. And I'm really looking forward to doing that this year because I know that the need is so great with our current circumstances. And I just really want to prove to myself that COVID is not going to stop this Christmas drive too. So we also take care of women with hygiene products that are homeless or in shelters or otherwise in crisis. So we do a lot of different things in the city.
A necessity.
Yeah.
It's very, very much so. Very much so.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Thank you.
That's really, well, I know about it. I just asked these questions just so you
I
can
get it. I get it.
tell the world.
I
I donated to the Little Bit Project.
Yes, you
when
have.
first
You
launched
have
it.
to.
I'm like, oh, okay, I like this idea.
Yeah.
I'm a quiet supporter, kind of. I just like to do that. I believe in anyone, and especially women doing positive things in Detroit to help make change.
Yes.
To do things. So, what project are you working on now? You're in the studio doing release what?
I am not in the studio at the moment. I am currently in the midst of finishing an album project. It started as an EP, but it has morphed into an album with Josh Milan on Honeycomb Music.
He said hey to you too on Mixcloud.
Oh, hey, Josh. Hey. So we are in the midst of working on that, which is very challenging given this COVID situation. But we have done quite a bit. There are just some finishing touches and some additional production on his end, and some and finishing some recording on my end. And I have a feeling that it's we're adding songs. So some kind of way, this is definitely an album, but there are other things coming too. So I'm working on that. And I have a radio show also called Little Bit Radio that's tied into the Little Bit Project. So
okay,
I'm doing that. And
so hold on. How do we hear the Little Bit Radio? What is that again?
It's Little Bit Radio. And actually the archives are on Mixcloud. So if you're watching on Mixcloud, you can follow Little Bit Radio.
Would you spell that out? Is it this way that it sounds? It's LITTLEBIT Okay, you know how sometimes by LIL little bit.
No, it's little. It's actually little. I'm a teacher. I didn't do all that abbreviated.
I know for marketing credit. Right? I know. I can't do that. Look.
Right. No. Because I would want my students to spell it out. So it is Little Bit Radio.
So, but how do you hear Little Bit Radio? You have to hear it on Mixcloud, or where is it streaming out of?
It airs every second Sunday of the month on MixLR. Every second Sunday at 3 in the afternoon.
MixLR.
MixLR is another online streaming platform for audio.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I do know that. I had to write it down, and so now I know it.
It's MixLR.com.
And that's also an acronym for something we plugging up. You know that. Maybe not. That's a tech thing. It's like it's just like it's one of my features on my sound card.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
But the LR left right mix.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So I said I went off in tech head for you there.
That's okay.
We appreciate you taking your time out.
Thank you.
And coming in to share your wisdom with us around the world, as they need to know Divinity. We love Divinity. She belongs to us. She's ours. And we know this.
I'm glad to feel it. Thank you.
And this last words, is anything you would like to tell young women, young artists or something? You've had a great career and path, and some words of wisdom or something that we'll give them some encouragement since, we've all been reduced to equal grounds because of COVID, and want to, leave some words of encouragement. So what would you say?
Know yourself. Be your authentic self. Know what you're worth, and negotiate from that point up. I'm learning still. And I listen. I get pep talks on a regular basis from people who are my peers, but that I still look up to, who are still teaching me about knowing your value.
Yes.
And not just going along to get along, not just doing things. For a long time I did the exposure thing. No, not anymore. No. And I'm Grammy nominated. We didn't throw that in there.
I didn't know. You have to tell the people. That's what you hear. That's
sorry.
what I told you. Say, open up the door. Tell us about you.
Yeah,
Grammy
it's very
nominated.
interesting, though, that people don't know that. Yes, I was a part of Louis Vega's album, starring 28, and that album was nominated
I like
for
acting
a
like
Grammy.
I didn't know, but I love it.
That album was nominated for a Grammy, and because I was a singer and songwriter project, I was also nominated. So yes. So I mean, but when you have that kind of thing, you have to look at things a little differently. It just, I mean, it's not an ego thing, but it ups your stock. Flat out. It just does.
That is so awesome. Wow. Hi, Teresa. Oh, that's all right. Dames Brown just stepped in a little bit there, but that's okay. Look, a little bit, Project, I said a little bit. Okay.
See?
So again, I want to thank you. I sure appreciate you. I will be in touch, and I remember what I promised you.
Thank you.
And as soon as it's over, we'll set up some time and I'll make it happen.
Okay, sounds
so
great.
It'll be like your first time that you did this, and we'll chat to see what software you got.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. And it's all about Detroit. What up?
It is. Detroit love.
Detroit love.
Brought to you. DMAC.
Yeah.
Spin Inc.
That's
Charivari Detroit. We're here to help the children.
Yes.
We need donations. Donate
Please
to go
donate.
to spinincdetroit.com. Got that spinincdetroit.com and donate. We're a nonprofit organization and we're all about helping the children. We're teaching them. We're keeping them off the streets. We're doing all that we can to make a difference and to take all the things that we know inside of us as adults and musicians and DJs and things to pass it forward so they can have these gifts so they can continue to help make a difference in the world.
Yeah, kudos to you for that. That is big work. So thank you.
Thank you now.
Yes.
All right. So team, you want to Haru, pop in another commercial. Run that one over there if you got your things going right. Let's hear. I want to see one of them fancy ones. Okay.
Peace, this is DJ Jungle, executive director of Spin. Check this out. July 28th to August 2nd. Detroit Electronic Music Conference, along with Charivari Detroit and Bob DJ from Santiago, Chile. Check us out, we got small classes this year online. So don't miss it. July 28th to August 2nd. Detroit Electronic Music Conference, along with Charivari Detroit and Bob DJ. Peace.
What up, though, man? Y'all, it's your boy Fame, man. Y'all know what it is. We over here at 313 on Detroit's historic Avenue of Fashion. Listen, this is a personal invite to everybody that's watching right now. I need y'all to come out. Detroit's Electronic Music Conference. Y'all hear me? Detroit Electronic Music Conference, July 28th. You feel me? Charivari Detroit. Y'all know what it is. Come on out, have a good time.
You know what I mean?
What's up, world? This is Des Andres. Y'all make sure to tune in to DMAC 2020 Charivari Detroit online.
What up, kid? I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money, baby.
Peace, everybody. This is Azia, the founder of Fusicology. It's good to be with everybody. Thanks for Charivari and the Detroit Electronic Music Conference for having me. Special shout out to Todd Johnson, Stacy Hotwicks Hale, Nancy Gavor, and everybody else who helped put this together. It's really, really good to be with everybody. Hope everyone's staying safe. We're still quarantined here in Los Angeles, so 2020 has been a trip. So my Detroit history runs pretty deep. I'm originally from Toronto, but I moved to Detroit to attend Wayne State University in '96. That's where I met the late, great, most amazing Laura Gavor. Laura was an absolute force. She basically helped shape dance music and bringing it overseas, bringing Detroit and Chicago artists over and bringing other people to America. She helped book Motor Lounge, set up deals with video game companies. She was an absolute legend, and we miss her. Special shout out, of course, to her sister Nancy. When I met her, she took me under her wing. She taught me so much about the industry, about being an agent, managing artists, holding my ground, staying professional, all of those things. And because of her, I am who I am today. Absolutely. She really helped shape and define me, because I was studying global climate change, which back then was called earth science, and liberal arts, and, you know, had a minor in music business, had an interest, but definitely didn't think or know that I would be doing this, you know, for a living. So living in Detroit, in those times, I got to experience loft parties that Moody Man and Theo Parrish were doing, Corey Enyard's parties, Better Days, those kind of places, underground warehouse spots, trips to Chicago to see our brothers and sisters across Lake Michigan. It was a wonderful, wondrous time. It really was. And never take it for granted that I was part of all of that. In me being in Detroit, I also got to experience the soul and Motown scene. I actually went to this school at the same time as Dwelle, and we shared one history, the art history of Detroit class together. And he was super shy back then. I didn't really know him. It was just completely ironic when we ended up reconnecting a few years later and ended up working with him. Just an amazing time to be in Detroit. It's actually still an amazing time. It's always just so many artists that evoke such mass creativity, and people like Amp Fiddler and Malik Alston, DJs like Norm Talley, Alton Miller, Delano Smith. Big shout out to Mike Clark, Agent X. He was very pivotal for me as well and helped shape me as well, because he allowed me to work with him to book artists at Motor Lounge. And we ended up booking artists like Steve Sill Curley and later Roy Davis Jr., who I ended up working for, moving to Chicago and helping with an artist named Pevin Everett, who, as we all know, is an amazing talent. And I worked with him in the late 90s onward for about 10 years. So yeah, after Detroit, after a few years there, I ended up moving to Chicago to work at the Underground Therapy label, and then later Dust Tracks Recordings. Insane time. 1 year felt like 5. Got to know so many incredible people. And I ended up moving to Los Angeles in 2000. I got a job at an event production company called Ritual, and we ended up doing massive scale events, fashion and music with artists like Bahama Slum Village, King Britt. This was back in 2000, and I stayed. And I've been in LA now for 20 years. It's been an awesome ride. I ended up getting my own roster together of artists. Notably, I worked with people such as Ron Trent, Oshunlade, Boo Williams, Glenn Underground, New York house DJs like Carrie Chandler, Dennis Ferrer, overseas artists like the Amalgamation of Sounds, Attica Blues, Broken Beat artists, Bugs in the Attic. I had a pretty extensive roster, and I did that from 2000 to 2007. Right around that time that I started the agency, I also pivoted from being straight up house. I had an opportunity to book Questlove of the Roots. Back then he was just the drummer, and he started out DJing, and I was booking his after parties and helping him, cultivate that. And that was pretty incredible. That really led me to cultivate the roster inclusive of Jazzy Jeff, Ali Shaheed of A Tribe Called Quest, Maceo over De La Soul, and most probably notably the late great Jay Dilla. And Dilla, people wear shirts that say Dilla changed my life, and he absolutely did. Just his being able to not only work with him, but I was blessed enough to spend some time with him in LA before his untimely passing in 2006. And he was an incredible spirit, super funny, introverted, kind of shy. Just it was an amazing time to be able to represent people like that and to work with him. I also ended up working with artists like Bilal and Eric Roberson and just a slew of live talent. And then I started Fusicology in 2003. There was a need for, as an entrepreneur, that's what you do. You fill a need. And this felt like it needed to happen. There wasn't this one place to go to find out what to do nationally, for soul music, and that's a broad term, of course, deep house, jazz, funk, conscious hip hop, spoken word, cool underground warehouse parties, art shows. It's a one-stop shop. It's a calendar of events. We also promote music, of course, new releases, films. We help and partner with nonprofit organizations, and of course, just absolutely active as much as we can be in social justice issues, especially with Black Lives Matter, being on the forefront and staying on the forefront. It's very important to us because we do represent Black music. That is very much, what I respect and know and honor and cherish, all of those things. So I ended up back in, doing the agency was an amazing thing. But when I started Fusicology, I really absolutely had to focus. Doing both was absolutely too much for me to handle, especially then when things just started to shift. And, that's what ended up happening. Back in 2007, I did my last official tour with a band called J Davy and a few, events with Questlove, and I was ready to move on and ready to go digital and really focus on Fusicology. We started out being in just 2 cities, New York and Los Angeles, from 2003 to 2006. And then we ended up spreading our wings and going to 5 more markets or so, DC, Chicago, New Orleans, the Bay, Boston, and of course, Detroit, and my own hometown of Toronto. So we were, I guess, in a way, international. And we've grown ever since. We're now in over 20 cities. We, of course, at this time during COVID, are 100% focused on streaming events, marketing them, letting people know about them, promoting, getting the word out there. We've completely redone the site in order to, be able to cultivate and enhance the user experience, because everybody right now is wanting to go on and find out what's going on, and obviously they're not going out. So it's all about the virtual events, the live streams, things of that nature. Music, whether it be panels, whether it be, again, social justice, talks, conversations, all of that is listed on our site. So we do have an updated site, an updated app. We've been able to really turn around. Also on a personal level, I've been doing a radio show once a month on Worldwide FM, care of the Artform Studios, which is ran by Adrian Young, a super talented producer that has made a revival of Motown, especially, here in LA. I mean, he's been really pivotal, bringing artists like Roy Ayers and, of course, other artists that would normally not even come. And they do an event called Jazz is Dead. So looking forward to those events coming back eventually, sometime, when things go back to, well, they're not going to go back when they go forward into our new world and a new reality that we're stepping into. So yeah, the show, I mean, I play new music, pretty much all new music that I love under the diverse diaspora that is soul, global soul. Of course, I'm a house head, so I throw that in there. It's about 25% of the set, but I play a lot of jazz. I play broken beat. I play eclectic global music. So it's been awesome. I never thought that I would have a tractor and all of this equipment that I have right now, because I've always been a marketer and a promoter. But we all have to pivot and move forward, especially in this new world. Also, I wanted to mention, health and wellness is really important to me. I've been learning a lot about herbs, vitamins, supplements, an alkaline diet, how to eat, not eating meat, getting rid of as many toxins as possible, because this world is, we have so much around us that isn't healthy. So I feel like we have to nourish ourselves when we're at home, sleep, all of those wonderful things. I'm a heavy advocate of CBD. I think it works wonders. I believe it's legal. Things are always changing, but I believe it's legal in all states. And of course, just a advocate of not just being holistic and taking care of yourself, because you can't just go. The world will eat you up. And it definitely has been a learning experience to just slow down and be able to go more within. So personally, that's what I've been working on. Event wise, I've had the honor of working with and doing events for and being a part of things like this Stevie Wonder being part of the Grammy event with Common that we did back in 2012 when he stepped on stage right after Whitney Houston passed away. Having the absolute honor of being a part of the Prince tribute that happened in 2016 right after his untimely passing. I've been an event producer for the city of Los Angeles for 3 years, 2017 onward. And then in 2018, we had Louis Vega perform live with his band Sofrito Soul, featuring Anane Vega and wonderful artists on stage at the Ford Theater, which is across from the Hollywood Bowl and part of the LA Phil. That was just incredible. So, you know, hopefully we'll get back to being able to do live music and see each other very, very soon. In the meantime, it's all about these virtual events, the community coming together, you know, from within, but also, you know, being able to stay connected. So keeping that balance and, you know, keeping ourselves sane during all of this as well. Super important. So I'm so happy that I got a chance to be a part of it. Once again, a big shout out to Charivari and the Detroit Electronic Music Conference and everyone that helped pull all this together. I'm super stoked to be a part of something that people like Jessica Care Moore are a part of as well. You know, iconic Detroit people. Just a huge shout out to everybody in the D. I love Detroit. When people talk smack about the D, oh man, it's like I was born and raised there. I truly was. I spent my formative years in the D, and I think that absolutely made me who I am. I would not be here. I always say that. Thanks to, you know, the wonderful, wonderful people that I've been friends with for well over, going into about 25 years actually. So pretty incredible that you know, we're here and we're still family and we're still taking care of business and each other. So it's been amazing. So yeah, thanks again for having me. I'm looking forward to the other panelists, and you know, hopefully we'll be able to do this in person soon. For now, stay safe. Peace and love.
But thou who knows this, who knows side. Yeah. When I'm grown, I don't know about y'all, but I ain't young as I used to be. 77 when I was 15 years old, and I thank God for him. I'm getting old, yeah.
Was Danes Brown, Detroit's own Danes Brown. Come on out here and let the people see you.
Yeah.
Calling out your name. Oh my God. Yes, yes, yes. Are y'all here?
I'm here. Lorraine Star is here.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm missing one. There she go. Oh yeah, that's Teresa. Oh my goodness. I'll tell you. Uh-oh, come on, one more in. There we go. That was very good. How are you? How are you, ladies? How are you doing today? How was your day?
Great. How are you, Stacy?
I am excellent. I am so happy that you're here.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks for having us. Yes.
And the promos that you've done, you know, for Spinning and the DMAC and Charivari Detroit and talking about the children. I absolutely love you. See, I made my own little commercials. Did y'all see those? Did you get them?
We love it. We loved it.
I was like, hey, so we was doing it because there was a lot of gentlemen that had done so. And I'm like, wait a minute. So I was glad you had it. And I think that you said, did you get, one of you told me, did you, because I almost missed it. Looking at tons of paperwork and, running the whole thing. And I was like, oh, so I just caught those. I was like, hallelujah. So I just went ham.
Glad you found it.
Yes. It was fun to do.
So since you're such a plethora of information, and I love speaking with you. I love listening to your voices. I love to hear you sing, and your story. I want the whole world to know, and there's so many different directions that I could start this, but I'm going to start it as individuals. I guess each of you were vocalists alone. Is that correct to say?
Yes.
And so you were singing on your own in various ways, and we'll start there, and then before we gather to talk about how the gathering happened and the things that happened after that. All right. So I think that we're going to start with you.
Okay.
Let's talk about your singing career. What did you inspire to be? Were you 7 years old and said, I'm gonna be Whitney Houston? What? I don't know what.
You know what? Why you hit the target right there, just about. Like many of us girls when we were little, that's what we wanted to do. We had Whitney Houston, some of us Mariah Carey, but like many of us, I was, came up in the church and everything. But by the time I hit junior high school, I started getting into that theater, and I felt that, the calling and the voice, and it all just kind of linked together. So what'd you say? And then that's about
Holy
the time.
Spirit, honey.
Yes, honey. Come on, okay. So, but with that as my foundation, I couldn't do nothing else but just take off with it. So by the time I hit my 20s, I was well into the theater, the singing, the performing, the jazz, all of that, and it just wouldn't stop. So I just kept going and going and going and going. And so then, professionally, I've been doing this for about going on 20 years now. As my own artist, but also with these lovely, lovely ladies that I have right here. So it's just a beautiful thing. I'm in music education, so I teach children, I work with children, and we just make music happen. And so here I am today.
Fantastic. All right, Teresa, I'm gonna ask you to do one thing though with your phone. Would you turn it over landscape? Turn your phone. Let's see. Let's
be better.
There we go. That's how we do it. We want all of you. Oh, I love you. Okay. There we go. Okay.
All right. Okay. Would you
Same
like for me to
question.
speak on? Yes. Okay. I started as well. And I grew up with a house full of nothing but singers and musicians. I mean, from my grandpa to my grandma, my mom, my brothers and uncles.
Grandpa was
So
cutting it
it was,
too.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. He was a quintet and tap dancer and everything. And so I grew up with nothing but music, surrounded by music. And of course we had the family choir, right? And I would admire my mom. My mom she's the church lady with the high pitched voice that would tear the church apart when she hit the high notes. And as a kid,
Don't tell me she'll give me the Sissy Houston.
I was always looking, oh, woo, 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 you know, and I said, oh my God, I have to be like my mom, because once she would open her mouth, the church would fall apart. And I would always look up to her in the choir, and I said, that's what I want to do. And from that point on, I started singing in all the glee clubs and choirs, and I joined my brother, which was older, and he had a nice vocal group, and I joined him and started performing around town.
What was the name of that group?
Concert was and it was Recreation.
Recreation, that was the name of the group? Okay.
Yes, with my older brother and 4 guys. And so my first gig was at Ethel's Cocktail Lounge. Now, mind you, these guys they're
Ethels,
professionals.
I love that.
Ethel's Cocktail
You know you got to be a
Lounge.
native Detroiter
So-
to know what that shit is.
And so they said, man, your little sister can really go. And he said, my little sister? He hadn't paid me any attention. And he asked me to come and sing. And it was like, oh, she's cool. She can sing and dance. And so they asked me to join the group, and I boldly did it. But my first gig, I was on stage, and it was like a deer in headlights. I didn't know anything about spotlights. And so as long as I was singing and dancing and moving with the guys, I was fine. But when it was my turn to sing a lead song and the spotlight hit those eyes, I was like a deer in headlight. They was like, I think you should move. I think you should move, sis. So that was my first experience at Ethel Cocktail Lounge. I'll never forget it. And so from that point on, the bug bit me. And once I got over that stage fright at that moment, I actually live on stage. Now, this is all I do. Yeah, I love it so much that I opened up a school in Farmington Hills about maybe 8 years ago.
Okay.
Called the Next Stage, to teach would-be musicians and vocalists and entertainers how to perform on stage and what to do with their microphones, and to tell the techs what they want, and their monitors and the lighting and movement and what to do. And I enjoyed that for a good 8 years with the kids, and that was marvelous. And from that point on, my husband and I, we did a lot of recording, which my husband is Arthur Marbury, better known as Buster. He was the drummer for the Temptations, and he did a lot of recording with them on the album Stay, you know, and so they would come to the house and record. So I had nothing but music around me for the longest. And so so I'm just singing. And I was on my own, and then I met these wonderful ladies and some great musicians.
We ain't gonna tell you yet, because all of a sudden we gotta, we just talk the individual, then we're gonna talk about how the
So here I am today, and I'm doing my thing, still wanting to sleep on that stage and stay on that stage and just sing and minister to the world.
And the fact that you're passing it forward, this is what Spinning is all about.
Yes.
You know that. That's
yes.
All right, Lorraine, my host hits and stuff. What's up?
So, unlike these ladies, wait a minute, let me get the right.
Turn your mic up. Let's see. I can't hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Oh, yep, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, let's see. You know, because I'm gonna have y'all do something.
Just wait a ham sandwich minute. Wait a minute.
A ham sandwich minute, honey, not a bologna.
No.
I
have been known to make a phrase or two in my day. Okay,
I love it.
Here's my backstory. I started singing last week, and they let me in the group.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what you get. That's the perks of going last. I trying to cook up a story.
That's it. That's it.
No, okay, no.
That's it. Oh yeah.
So the real story though is that I come from a musical family as well. Preachers, ministers. My mother was a quartet gospel singer. My father was a noted jazz singer, still sings in Detroit. His name is Leslie Cunningham. I played at Baker's Keyboard Lounge. He did a lot of session work with the Fantastic Four, the Spinners, etc. out of the Motown camp. I went through my whole life playing piano, studying music, Detroit Conservancy of Music. I was a theater major at Wayne State. Write music. I try to play drums when I can. I play African drum. I do a little bit of this, musicians, but I just have a long lineage of musicians in my family. My granddad was a drummer and a singer. My grandmother sang opera. So it was a natural thing for me to go that way. And I'm very blessed and glad that I have that gift. And so I try to use it in a positive way on all platforms when I open my mouth. And then I joined James Brown. Doggone.
Wait. So can I? You know what? I have a favorite singer, and I think with listening to each of your backgrounds, that many people won't know who I'm talking about, but I think maybe all of you will, or at least one. So my favorite singer of most of the time is Jessica Cleaves. Does anybody know who that is?
I will. Let me talk to Google.
What? Come on, did y'all?
You can't stomp the band like that.
Google it. Wait, I mean, Jessica Cleaves.
You can't stomp us.
Jessica Cleaves.
Okay.
Come on now.
Yeah, I bet I know who she is now. I bet I know who she is now.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a little hint.
She said, I know exactly who this is. I love her too.
Okay.
You know who this is.
I know you do.
Who is it? She is that beautiful, high, beautiful note that you used to hear back in the day with Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Thank you. What? That was the first female singer for Earth, Wind, and Fire. Yes.
Yes.
Wow. That's her. That's right.
That's her. That's her.
All the way up there. All the way
toenail
up there.
curler. Yeah, that's her. That's a go. And she sang with
Now I
Friends
know
of
what she is.
And Friends of Distinction.
Yeah.
She was the first, like opera voice.
She's in some early videos with them. I've seen her, but I just didn't know who the lady was. I didn't know her name at the time.
Jessica Cleaves, right?
Who is this lady, and why isn't she with them anymore?
You know, right? You know, she had her troubles and stuff like that. But my brother was a big fan of Friends of Distinction, and so, when you have teenage brothers and you're a little kid and you're listening, and so we're singing the songs, and sometimes we had girlfriends that could hit those notes, and it just fascinates me. I'm going like, oh my God! So of course, this stuff. Who is this lady in this? So it stuck with me and all that. Even when about to tell Mage when the record player would you put it on and the record fall down and all that.
Less time.
But yeah, that voice that would be a great unsung hero.
Yes, definitely.
That would be a great unsung hero. That's why I said if you didn't know who she was, you're gonna know from just out of conversation, because that was the Earth, Wind, and Fire's very first
was
vocalist.
Philip Bailey. All this, I thought it was Philip Bailey all this time.
Oh no. I
did.
Female, right? And they had another one. Her name was Scott. Something Scott. I have their first album.
Okay.
So this I know, but just a little tidbit now.
Yes.
Y'all get together. What
Straighten
the
up.
heck happened?
Let us go. What had happened was.
See, what happened was.
Lorraine, come on. Straighten up.
Look at she changing.
Straighten up.
Turn that phone around. Turn the phone around. Give me some landscape.
Turn the phone around, Tina. What's going on here?
All right. I went from one device to another.
I know.
Where my landscape?
Lorraine, would you share the story, please?
Oh, how we became James Brown?
Tell it so well.
That's what I'm talking
about.
Okay. Who's named James Brown? Then run around everybody saying James Brown. No, James Brown. Like what?
Dang.
Come on.
3 chocolate three chocolate dames. We're brown
Right,
skin.
right.
Gumbo, baby, gumbo. Gumbo delicious.
Yeah, we're three brown dames.
Three brown
Soulful
dames.
gumbo, baby.
Share on the
Soulful
right, please.
So here's how this
Who gonna
really
tell the
went.
story? All right, don't
I'll
rush
tell
it.
it. I'll tell it.
You can
Okay.
hey, you can just it can be all organic and interrupt this if you want.
Right.
This
Yeah.
is
Well,
this is
it's
our
gonna be
time. You are our
good.
closing
Thank you.
You asked for
artist,
this.
and so
You gonna
let us
get it.
have it.
Anybody
already knew
watching
we
this,
was
this is
all
how
kinda
we
like-
act on stage, off stage,
On stage,
in the
stage.
airplane, in the car. This stuff.
Would you turn that phone around, please?
Like this. Like
Thank
this.
you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
That's
She
cute.
wanted
What
to go
you
outside
got
and
on.
have. When we said
Where
earth,
man's
she
at?
said, "I got to go outside and get some earth."
Mhm.
Earth.
Athena,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
mighty cute. That's mighty cute what you got on, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Where's
You
mine?
got
Where's
hair, honey.
mine? Hands up.
Honey, we
Where's
tryna-
mine?
Uh-oh.
You know what?
Uh-oh.
Back to the story. Forget
Probably
it.
hanging up, honey. Probably got hanging up. Probably got your
Girl,
other
whatever. I need an extra medium. That's all I know.
What you need, a
Medium?
schmedium?
Medium?
Get you a schmedium,
An extra.
an extra schmedium.
Okay, so originally James Brown, a few years back, we were put together, handpicked by the great bassist Terrence Washington, who plays bass for One Way, and he's also the music director for jazz saxophone and Stan Barnes. He knew each of us individually as vocalists, and this guy needed background singers, and he was like, "I got the three ladies." So he came to each one of us and was like, "Have you ever worked with this person?" And we were like, "No, but I like her. I know her. I know what she could do." And so he put us together. The original formation, she's always going to be an alumni, is Jael Costin. And so Jael had an opportunity to go to ATL. And so then we were like, "Teresa, what you gonna do?"
I don't know.
And we had another
No.
opportunity to work. And I was like, that's such a unique blend. And it's hard sometimes when you're trying to get women who are already successful in their own right, they're already doing their own thing, then say, can you get a group mindset? Can you unify and become one? And so we were like, we'll figure something out eventually. And we didn't want to go to typical right, just start bringing women in and rotating like, look, that sister didn't work out next. No, we didn't want to do that. But Terry was so confident again.
Yeah, exactly.
So he said,
so
I got the perfect person. And then we were like, oh, he was like, Athena Johnson. And I was like, the sister I met at that gig on the East Side.
I know
Athena. Yeah. And I was like,
yes,
she's bad. And I think she sang some Anita Baker or something that night, or some Jill Scott, whatever it was. I was instantly in love. And I was like, Teresa, he knows what he's talking about. We got to sing with his sister. So just like the first time, it just formed and it gelled and it made this beautiful bouquet of vocal notes. And not only did it become a bouquet of notes, it formed a bond of sisterhood immediately. And to get it twice in one lifetime is miraculous.
Come on.
So he
Come
was like,
on.
you know what? I hit the jackpot with y'all. 777, I hit the jackpot. So we were gonna go with that name. But lo and behold, the universe had another idea. We had an opportunity to work with the great Amp Fiddler. Shout out to Big Bro. And so by working with him,
My baby's daddy, honey. We'll fight over him. I told y'all that. I already told you.
Back up for LJ Reynolds for a minute.
No.
We
Hey,
with him.
no, you know.
Did you hear what she said?
Right.
I heard it.
So baby daddy, did you hear what she said?
He know.
Somebody get her a fan and some water. Get her a fan and some water.
Yeah, every time I'm in the room with him, me and the girls, we just get to fighting.
I know all about it. Because I put him in the friend cousin brother box because he was on the husband list. But I put him in the friend cousin brother box, and once I put you over there, that's where you're at. You stink.
Yeah, I love it. Just having candidates is always good.
Yeah,
we can always dream. And having a candidate that all be that, it's always good.
It's all love. It's all love. And Amp and his brother Bubs, the late Bubs Fiddler, great bassist himself. We were working with them, doing some work. He was working on Motor City Booty and some other things. And they kept saying, these brown James, these chocolate James.
Yes.
So we had made the decision yet. But when Athena came into the group, then it was like, that's it. The James Brown. It was just as Jael was transitioning and Athena was coming in, we solidified the name James Brown. And so for a
James
while, of
Brown.
course, we had to educate people. It's not James. It's James, not James. You
It's
know,
James.
it's James Brown. So when people started to catch on, it was like, oh, James Brown.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
You know, and so it just like if you ever been out at night and it rains and you get a little fog, a little rolling fog, the name just kind of like a rolling fog just went out there and it started to touch people, and they got aware of who we are and what we do and what we stand for. And here we are, talking to the great Stacey Hale, who I've always admired, because I always called you Stacey Hot Wax Hale, because I was like, one day I'm gonna be
Honey. There you go.
Okay. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
What? What happened? What I do?
She missed the whole thing. She missed the whole thing.
Wait a minute. Dang, your voice. We got to get that mic.
Can you hear? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you
But
read
she
the words
missed
that are
it.
coming out of my mouth?
She said that's her story.
Can you read the words that's coming out of my mouth?
Coming out of my mouth.
Oh my gosh.
We act like this
So
all
that's
the time.
the story.
I'm done. Go ahead with
All the time.
That's the story.
all night.
We're on 10.
All
And
the
you know
time.
we
It does not stop.
and
And we don't need nothing but some
Stacy, look, we break up every week. We break up every week because somebody put on somebody. We break up every week because somebody mess up the church money. Every week we break up.
Like, that's it. James breaking up. James breaking up. Y'all messed up the church money.
She's on the wrong note. She's on the wrong note. We breaking up.
You're fired, right?
You're fired.
You're fired. She's on the wrong note. She's on the wrong part. She's fired.
Wait,
every week.
Why y'all didn't tell me y'all was wearing the red shirt? I got the black one on.
We breaking up.
We breaking up.
We breaking up. We breaking up.
So
Y'all ain't doing me right.
you all sing in the same church?
No,
we
it's
should.
just-
Ooh,
They'll never
Lord.
get through service. Service would never start.
But here's the thing, Stacy. We have two choir directors. They're both choir directors.
But wait a minute.
Athena and Lorraine, they're choir directors. How lucky am I? They're choir directors.
Stacey, it's like this. It's like this, Stacey. It's like when we come in, you know, at any given point, you know, Teresa's the student. I'm the teacher.
Oh Lord, here we go.
And Lorraine comes in and she's the principal to bring us crazy teachers and students together. You know, and Amp is kind of like the district superintendent.
That's awesome.
Yes. Yes.
And so we love it.
Yeah,
so we all
Athena is literally the teacher.
Yeah.
And I'm the student. I stay in trouble.
You stay in trouble. You get a report card.
I stay in trouble.
You get detention.
My report card
week,
says Eddie. My report card says EDD, Eddie. That's my report card every week. Eddie is my
What'd you get on your report card, Eddie?
EDD.
Who signed your paper?
EDD.
Oh, that is hilarious.
I stay in trouble.
That's hilarious.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God.
So,
Since you've been so organically placed together and you all have voices that are just phenomenal, it's very pure. Now you see why I like you, since Jessica Cleaves is my favorite. You know, you get it. I really enjoy those harmonies and those tones and stuff like that. You know, I'm a DJ. You know, my ears are real.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's why I said that you hit those notes like that. So, what is in store for you in the future? What are your plans? I know that we've been locked down in COVID, and we've had to do things in so many different type of directions, and we're creating as we go. We all end up on the same platform, but now we're moving, and now we're in virtual worlds, and you know all this stuff. So, as James Brown, what do you have? What are your futures? Have you? Yeah, just tell me. I'm trying to give you ideas, but I'm yourself.
Right now,
you know?
Yeah. Right now, we're currently, you know, we're in studio like many musicians, but you know, we have a particular, you know, focus right now. We're working on some, you know, some hot music to come at y'all. So right now, we're signed artists with Defected Records out in London, out in the UK right now. and we have a wonderful, wonderful project going on that great music coming out later on this year. So we want everyone to stay tuned with that.
I want to
we had
test
the
pressing. I want it first. That's all I want. Okay.
You got it.
You got it. You
got it, Stacey. We were all over the globe last year. You know, it was a blessing to be able to travel. We were all over the place performing, you know, upcoming music and our current music, and then calling out what you had just played, which was like our first, you know, kind of hit, right? Starting blocks, right, in 2018. And so this year we are just continuing to grind, even through COVID. You know, we all safely work together, and you know, we sanitize and we do all that stuff, but we have fun. We haven't lost who we are as a soulful gumbo of singing, singing women together that come together and make it happen. So just stay tuned. You know,
there you go. I like that sanitize. Yes. And see, we have our own setup here. They made sure that we had our own studio individually. They sent equipment and stuff over here for us to record as we're doing now, like Zoom. And we got a lot of work done. So we're doing a lot of that. That's new because we actually work better together. We have a vibe being in the same room. The energy is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So we really had to dig deep and record without each other. But we find ways to record together by doing social distances. When we are in a room, we make sure that we're far apart and hand sanitizers and masks and the whole 9 yards.
Because your hair gonna touch each other. I don't care what you do. If you're in the same room, y'all gonna have some hair connections. That's it. I don't care what you do. The hair is gonna go.
Let me tell you this. Let me say this. All we do is move each other's hair out the way when we take pictures. All we do is move each other's hair. All we do is could you move your hair?
You know?
All they do is move me out the way, push me in the back. Go on in the
they can't see me. Your hair in the way.
Every time.
Hey.
And that's how it's gonna be. Just make room. That's
a great thing.
Here we come.
What is it like being on Defective Records? I mean, I absolutely love everything they do. I mean, this is even before everything went real digital. You know, get something on Defective, and you know, as DJs and you know, some of my counterparts, that's like instant. Just nothing. So to be an artist on that label, how does that feel? This instantly puts you in the global world.
Absolutely. It feels amazing. Trust me, it feels so good to be on that record label, and the love that they give you and show you. It's a great feeling. So we've been experiencing some great feelings from the Defective record and the love. And they have put us with great producers here in Detroit, which we love so much. Even before the pandemic, they were suggesting, well, we like that DNA that you all have from Detroit.
Yeah.
Can you find some producers there? And we went, absolutely. And so they lined us up with these great musicians here and producers here, which that's creative freedom. They gave us that, which some record companies don't do that. But they did. They don't give you that. Yeah. And they was like, well, we like where you're coming from. Can you keep giving us that? And we was like, absolutely. This is all we're made of. So yes, this is what we are made of. Yeah, it's in our blood. And so we thought that was excellent that they allowed us creative freedom to do that and not pigeonhole us into anything.
Oh, that's good. Have any of you ever sang rock music?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Did I wake it up? Yes, you did. Yes.
I definitely grew up around it. I'm, you know, they laugh at me because I'm from, you know, not directly from Detroit Metro.
Okay, where's she from? Where? Huh?
Washington.
Washington.
County, baby. Washington.
She said Washington.
She's from Washtenaw County.
She was trying to put it in a song forever. Every time we need another one.
It ain't going down. Ypsilanti. Ypsilanti.
No, it's a Washtenaw.
That's
bad as Mount Clemens. I don't know what.
Washtenaw in every song. Put Washtenaw in there. No.
That's as bad as Mount Clemens.
Hey, Dukes. I'll switch it up. Yes, I'm born and raised in Ann Arbor. I'm proud of it. But Detroit Metro, dang it. But how many times am I up and down? 94? I live in this car.
Right.
7 miles.
I love my Detroit family.
7 miles.
Right, Coney Guys to Washtenaw County. Stacey, I really try to put Washtenaw County in every song, but they won't let me.
They won't let you? Good.
Washtenaw is on the next check. Washtenaw.
Wait, that's like, you know, you travel. That's like going somewhere. Where you live? Ann Arbor. Huh?
Ann Arbor. That's right.
Better say
But
Detroit.
you know what? And I represent I say Washtenaw County because I represent Ypsilanti as well.
That's even worse. Come on. I mean, now mind you, no, I love it. I'm definitely blue. I'm not green. I am like a big Ann Arbor. I'm blue. I am Michigan.
You gotta.
I was gonna sport some of it out. I don't know where I put it, but I was getting ready to show that off. It didn't match the purple though, but I was getting ready to show off my Michigan thing. I've been that. Although I went to Lawrence Tech, but you know, you either green or you're blue, and I'm blue.
Yes, that's right.
That's
great
you know,
engineer.
That's my thing. So on our closing notes, you know, I could be in here and talk to you all day because I just love it and I love you.
No,
really could.
no.
But we gotta stop. I'm like, oh, you know.
Yikes.
This was fantastic. Thank you so much.
I thank you.
We appreciate it, and we are so honored to be a part of your platform and all that you do for Detroit and for the youth of Detroit, for all of our young MCs, young DJs and vocalists. You know, we're just honored to be a part of this today. So thank you.
We had a
You are
plethora of information
amazing.
and stuff here, and so I really enjoyed this day. You know, some of the women, you know, they were selected, some were suggested, some were selected, but everyone was. This was great.
Thank
this
you.
was really
Thank
great,
you.
and to have the finale with you is my honor.
Thank you.
You know,
Thank you.
'cause I never had
I've
a
been
chance
looking
to-
for a stage, Stacey, and you gave us a stage today. Yes, this is like a stage.
I love it. I love it. So,
Yes, we got it.
So I'm gonna I'm gonna challenge you. You know, I know that there's a time delay. You know, when online, you know, when the stuff comes. But it's just, you know, like I have eargasms. Okay. And I need you to deliver one here. So I'm gonna count to 3, and you all know your notes. And all I want you to do is just sing in your key, whatever that is. And on 3 to say, calling out your name. Would you do that for me? You know, now just say one. Now say 1, 2, and you go. No, just do it together. Say, okay. I told you I'm gonna just love it.
What'd you say, Athena? Do it. Tweet for me, Athena.
Calling out your name.
Try 1, 2, go.
Calling out your name. That sounds crazy.
We tried. That's the church money. Dane's breaking up. That's it.
We breaking up.
Church money.
It was
right
all
there.
over the place. Calling.
Wait, we can fix it. We can fix it.
But
Athena, you do it.
You'll do it
Teresa,
again.
you
And
do
you can
it.
do it as
then
much as
I'll
you want.
do it.
Okay.
Go,
okay.
Athena.
All right.
1, 2.
Calling out your name.
Your name.
Calling
out your name.
1, 2, 3. Hit it.
Calling out your name. Your name.
Somebody come up with
If
that.
Zoom ever get it together. If
Oh
Zoom,
my
Zoom
God! Hey,
is
no, but
watching us.
that's okay. You know, it was still pretty. Like I said, I know it's delay and you know, I know all that, so it ain't gonna. But that's okay, because you just.
But this is real live.
It's real live. Yeah,
Yes.
it's real live.
And thank you,
So-
spending DJ Jungle. Shout out to DJ Jungle too, y'all.
Oh yeah, you know, I tried to get him to
Thank
come
you,
in.
yeah.
He fussed at me. He tried to fuss me. I'm gonna get him back though. You hear that, Jungle?
Oh, he's there.
I
He's
might
there.
let his mic come on. Let's see.
He's
He
there.
can at least talk. He don't.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
man, love.
Uh-huh.
Hello. Hey.
Yes, I'm here.
Yay.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
We're sending you some love.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Danes Brown.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
My big brother, Amp
Thank
Fiddler. Thank
you.
you. Thank you for all your support. Amp Fiddler was a part of our DMAC last year. And
Oh,
he uses,
cool.
Yeah.
yes, you know, he uses Machina, he uses Akai Force, and he has a very, very good discography of music, especially Drop Me Off on 7 Mile, which is one of my favorites.
Baby.
Drop Me Off on 7
Baby,
Mile.
baby.
Now
You understand?
on
So,
now.
you
you
know,
can drop me
be all on
No, it's all about the return of the ghetto fly for me.
Well,
Return of the ghetto fly.
Oh, the
I opened
ghetto
up
fly.
moving with that. They all looked at me. I didn't care.
The
I was like,
ghetto
it's,
yeah.
We
So-
have one of the
see.
greatest producers ever. How lucky are we? The
See?
greatest
Yeah.
producer ever.
Baby's daddy just wanna told you.
His magical way of recording is just, oh my, it's amazing.
Incredible.
Yes.
Yeah, no, yes.
Yes.
So on behalf of the Detroit Electronic Music Camp, we were camp last year. We're at conference this year.
All right.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
And so you've been a part of something that just was born, and you've been a part of our first
Yay.
virtual
Sorry, Vari,
delivery.
everybody. Thank you.
And yeah, we'll be virtually hot all the way through Sunday.
Nice.
So it's just going to be musically ridiculous.
All right.
You know, we'll be right there.
Dope.
So
Come
between
on.
Spinning, the DMAC, Shari Vari, we say thank you.
Sorry.
We love
Thank
you.
you.
Detroit loves
Thank
you.
you.
The world loves you. And we're going to continue to
Thank
love you and
you.
keep making those sweet sounds, giving the world eargasms. And the sound, you know, when you have an orgasm, it's like, oh, because the sound of your voice is so beautiful. There we go. Yeah, do that. Yeah.
Ladies, may I say one thing?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yes. I'd like to thank our attending audience for coming out tonight and being with us during the duration of this portion of our programming. We have programming tomorrow. DJ Head, DJ Mike Melody, Music Merch, and some others, and some other surprises. I'd like to give a special thanks to Shari Vari Detroit. I'd like to give a special thanks to Detroit Loft School down in Chile, DJ Wask for providing the talent from Chile that was a sister that opened up the DMAC for the women's portion today. Excellent. And that shows our reach is not just in Detroit, it's actually international. And we really appreciate the affiliation and partnership with the DJ Loft School in Chile. Thank you, DJ Wasp. I'd like to thank all the board members, all the sponsors that are a part of this. Thank you very much. And if you really care about programming like this and the programming for the rest of the week, please donate to keep something like this alive, to help children aspire to do different things that are positive, creative, and create a space for them. Just like you said, we gave you a stage. We like to give our children here in Detroit a stage, a stage towards opportunity, a stage towards success, a stage towards being able to see themselves other than they look at themselves now. Because on the world scale, Detroit is looked at, and we have to value ourselves. And hopefully, Spin Inc. and the DMAC and all the other affiliates and partners can bring that to fruition. So enough. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You.
Awesome.
Wow, we would
Thank
like
you.
to say to our audience and to the world, thank you all. We call you loyalties because you have been so loyal to the music world. We thank
Royalties,
you.
loyalties. Thank you.
Loyalty. Yeah,
Loyalties.
loyalty. They're loyalties. Yeah.
I like
All the way through, from beginning till now. Love it.
Yeah.
They've been
Thank
so
you.
loyal.
Thank you.
Stacey.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you
I
so
will.
much.
Thank you, Stacey.
I got your emails. I'm gonna be in touch.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Now. Peace to you. Oh,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Charlie Vari. Got your message from y'all.
Thank
We love you guys so much. Stay tuned, y'all.
Thank
right.
you. Okay.
Stay safe.
You
Likewise,
too.
you too.
Everybody,
Okay.
yes, please.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Peace. This is DJ Jungle, Executive Director of Spin Inc. This is where it all started. Modern and Guarded. 1970, I was born. This is my neighborhood. Now, before crack hit this neighborhood, this was a beautiful neighborhood. Pre-1980, this was a beautiful neighborhood. After the 1980s, you know, with crack coming in, it really tore up my neighborhood. Now, where I'm standing is where my house used to be at. I was born and raised here in 1970, as I said. My grandparents raised me. I was raised by a single mother. My mom's name is Miss Phillips, Roberta Phillips. And that's why I fell in love with music. Now, there was a sister that stayed over here that played the piano. And this neighborhood was filled with beautiful music. Her name was Simone. And she used to play about 1 o'clock every day practicing. And this neighborhood, the vibe she set for this neighborhood was outstanding. And the way she played the piano was very beautiful. It's almost like a soundtrack to this neighborhood. Now, over in this area over here is where I got introduced to turntables. My cousin Handheld, he had brought some turntables home from Germany. After he got hurt in Beirut, they shipped his stuff back, and he brought back some Technique 1200s, a mixer, and he had Detroit vinyl. A lot of good music back then. That's where my love of DJing and my love for music started in this neighborhood here. Now, the reason why I started the nonprofit Spin Inc. is because I lost a lot of friends in this neighborhood. I lost about 13 people by the time I was about 30. I probably lost about 10 to 15 people in this neighborhood that grew up with me. And I wanted to start a program to help children stay out of situations like that. And then they could also learn the benefits of playing different types of music that is not negative to the community. Because this is what happens to the community. When you allow destructive behaviors, destructive music without responsibility to exist in your neighborhood, this is what happens. This is the aftermath. And the families and the children are casualties. Matter of fact, to tell you a story, Mark, may he rest in heaven, may he rest in peace. 1985, you know, they found him in Pontiac murdered, selling crack in Pontiac, and someone killed him and threw him in a garbage can. He was 15 years old. That was my first friend that ever got murdered that I knew related to drugs. So in that, as I was saying, Spin Inc. is born to help save children from those conclusions or end results of wanting to be in the streets or deal with street life. This is the result of street life. Now, to help a program like this, we would love for you to donate, to keep children safe, by giving them programming. If a child doesn't have a programming, he is left to his own whims, and they may get in trouble. So please, if you feel like donating, if you feel like this is a worthy project, please donate. So children that live in areas like this, in which I grew up in, but it was beautiful during the time that I grew up, but this is the end result, help us create different types of programs which can actually save our children. So it's important to give them access, to give them the software and the tools to be able to transform this into something different.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos?
Muy bien, estoy estar acá esperando tiempo.
Sí, pues ha
Muy
pasado
contenta.
varios años.
Como 2 años.
Al menos 2 años. Y bueno, el regreso también nos ayudó bastante como a reconectarnos en esta faceta de DJ que has podido llevar dentro de tu hacer
De
de
hecho, la
vida.
última vez que estuve acá fue para el workshop de Luciano.